Welcome to the August 15th, 2024 City Council meeting. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Council Member Arias. Council Member Arias will be joining us via Zoom, and I believe he is online. Just a quick mic check and roll call. Council Member Arias, are you with us? Let's see. All right. Thank you. Council Member Maxwell.
Present.
Council Member Chavez.
Here.
Council Member Redefeld.
Here.
Council Member Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is the invocation, which will be given by Pastor Shane Ham with North Point Community Church. That'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Council Member Redefeld. Will everyone please stand? Good morning, Pastor.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Appreciate the work that you're doing very much. Let's pray. Father, thank you for your good work in this city, and thank you that we could be here together. Lord, thank you for governance. Thank you that there are men and women that are committed to lead us well and to help us make wise decisions as a community. Father, thank you that we can share our voices, that we can uniquely come together and share our opinions and debate and talk and have robust conversation over things in order to meet the needs of people. I pray, Father, that you'd give profound wisdom to this group, this governing body that leads our city. I pray, Jesus, for your inspiration, for your wisdom. I pray, Lord, specifically for emotional energy to continue to handle day after day the decisions that come to them. I pray that you would not just give them not only the wisdom to know what to do, but Father, that you would give them the empowerment to do it, and that they would continue to be the people that you've called them to be. Father, we praise you. Thank you that you are the Father of lights, in whom there's no variation or shifting shadow. You are the same yesterday, today, and forever. And we give you glory in your precious and holy name. Amen.
And Council President, we do have Council Member Arias online, and he does have a disclosure he would like to make for us.
Council Member Arias, are you there with us?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I am participating remotely for just cause as defined by the government code because I am a student with a medical care of a close family member. The only other persons near me that are 18 and above is Teresa, and she didn't speak English. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda today?
Yes, we do have a few announcements. I would like to note that we have ASL, Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom online. So please speak at a decent pace so they can keep up with the discussion today. And we also have in-house Spanish translators, and they will let the audience know what they can do.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jael. This is my colleague Maria. We are your Spanish interpreters from Focus Interpreting. And if you're in any need of help with interpretation, you could find us towards the back. We will have headsets available, and we're more than happy to help.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María, soy intérprete de español de Focus Interpreting y mi colega Jael. Estamos aquí para quien requiera asistencia con interpretación en español. Estamos en la parte trasera del auditorio. Gracias.
Thank you. And changes and corrections to be read into the record. Today we did have the invocation led by Pastor Shane Ham with North Point Community Church. And Council Member Arias will be participating via Zoom under just cause provisions of the government code. Items to be removed from the agenda today. We have the 9:15 a.m. Scheduled hearing, that is ID 24-898, hearing to consider annexation application P22-03846. That was removed with no return date by staff. We have consent calendar item 2O, that is file ID 24 1037, pertaining to local housing allocation agreement with Carugan LLC. That was removed to no return date by Councilmember Arias. And then we have consent calendar item 2P, that is file ID 241028, regarding approval of the Third Amendment to a service agreement for Poverello House for triage center services. That was tabled to August 29th by Councilmember Arias. I have no additional changes to the agenda.
I have a question. If I want to make a motion to keep the item on regarding the 2-0, do I do that now or when we approve the agenda, Council President?
Do it now.
Do it now?
Yeah.
Oh, 2-0. I'm sorry. Yes, not 2-0, 2-0. I'd like to make a motion to keep on the agenda, on the consent calendar, 2-0 for today's hearing.
Okay, that's item 2O, motion to keep it on to today's consent calendar.
And
Is there
for
a
the
second?
record, Council President, I'd like to recuse myself from this item due to the location of my primary residence.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there a second on that motion?
Second the motion. I'll second.
I have a motion and a second.
Hey, Councilmember Redefeld, I just wanted to flag something for you. I'm not there yet on this item. I would like more time. I think that would be helpful. I think the project itself has good merits, but it's the process I think that I have more questions on. If you would oblige in having the item continued, I think we might be able to get there.
Is there a time issue with this item? Do you know, City Manager?
I think we would be okay pushing to one more meeting, but I'm not sure. Hold on, I'm just double checking to make sure that staff's not telling me anything different. I think we'd be okay pushing one more meeting.
Would that be okay, Councilmember Chavez?
It's fine. I think we might be able to get some answers on there. And I've had some pre-conversations with the administration. I'm just not comfortable voting for it today.
So there's not an issue with the time if we waited 2 more weeks? I mean, I think we need to...
Staff, are you listening? I'm going to have to say there's not going to be a problem because my staff's not responding. And so I know that the last time we said that we had another 90-day or 120 days on the entitlement. So that's why I think we're okay with a one more continuance.
While you wait for a response, can I ask a question? Maybe they'll get back to you. Is that okay?
That's fine.
I can't hear you.
While you wait for a response, I'm going to apply some time and ask a question.
Yes,
Are
we're
we
okay.
allowed to
I just got
discuss
the
this item,
response.
City Attorney, at the moment?
Honestly, this is a procedural motion. I would stay away from substantive conversations about the item. I mean, timing is probably okay, but anything beyond that.
Can I ask a procedural, like a rules question?
Sure.
Or a comment? Is that okay? Okay. So I just want to ask Councilmember Bredefeld, did the council member who pulled this item consult with you as this is in your district? Were you consulted with beforehand, before it was removed from the agenda, not pulled to contest it, but just outright removed?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. So I just want to, for my colleagues, in the last 2 years, thanks to the current council president and the last council president, Council President Maxwell, we have turned the circus out of this building. And to see an item pulled unilaterally from the agenda without consulting the council member when it concerns affordable senior living, that's concerning to me. And I really don't want us to go back because I know that we have housing items coming forward for student housing in District 3. And the last thing I want is a free-for-all where something as important as housing is being held hostage for political games. So that's my only comment on this
So
matter.
there's not an item, you said, issue with the timing, City Manager?
I got confirmation we'd be okay with it being continued to the next meeting.
Let's just wait 2 weeks and bring it back.
You're going to withdraw your motion?
Yes, I'll withdraw.
Okay. At this time, council members, are there any additional items you'd like to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? Councilmember Arias?
No, thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Maxwell?
No changes, President.
Councilmember Chavez?
No, do you want to pull it?
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, just on the consent, item S.
2S?
Yes.
You would like to pull that for discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Any additional items?
No.
Councilmember Esparza?
None.
Council Vice President?
No, thank you, Madam President.
And I have none. to pull as well. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Maxwell and a second by Councilmember Esparza. Any objections?
Roll call vote.
We're going to do roll call votes for every item today. Thank you for the reminder, City Clerk, because we do have a member who is calling in from Zoom. So we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
To approve the agenda as amended, Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Carbasi.
Yes.
And Council President Perea.
Yes.
7-0.
All right, up next, we have council member reports and comments. We're going to start with Councilmember Arias.
I have none at this time, Council President.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick reminder to everybody, this upcoming Saturday, August 17th, from 4 to 7 p.m., we're going to have our 4th annual Beat the Heat event. Again, this is a free community event we do every single year. It's going to be at Vinland Park, which is off of Gettysburg, between Cedar and the 168. We're going to have a dunk tank. You'll have an opportunity to dunk Mayor Dyer as well as Police Chief Casto. We're going to have face painting for the kids. We're going to have water slides, water sports, water games. We're going to be raffling different prizes, all of which have been donated. Fresno State football tickets, family membership to the Fresno Chaffee Zoo, bikes for kids. Again, these were all donated to our office. We have a lot of sponsors. I'm not going to list them all at this time, but I do want to thank the folks that were able to make this happen. We rely on sponsorships and donations from community partners. We're going to have Fresno Police Officer Association barbecuing for the community that evening. So come out, get a free dinner, meet your neighbors, and enjoy some games. Thanks, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. We have a couple announcements. We have our Fall Festival coming up September 14th at the Mosqueda Center from 11 to 4 p.m. We're working with the Central California Blood Center to do a blood drive. So we want to invite our partners, if you're interested in having a booth for resources, programs or services that you offer. We definitely would appreciate you being there and providing those. And then also I want to thank publicly our partners for the launch of the Senior Citizen Air Conditioning Assistance Program. We announced it this previous week. We've got a lot of support from organizations, Home Depot, Lowe's, a couple of the smaller warehouses, hardware stores, that would like to help. So if anybody is interested in supporting, the units are about $220, and the installation is being done by our partners, the local Ironworkers 155. President Pablo Villagrana was out there yesterday working on installing some of the units, so they could contact my office at 621-7882. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. No comment from Council or no report from Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thanks, Council President. So yesterday we had our 6th annual Beat the Heat events. I want to thank all the community members that attended yesterday at Romaine Park. This year we had many attendees. We had half a dozen water slides that the kids enjoyed for several hours, dunk tanks, community resource booths, barbecue, and ice cream. So I'd like to give a big shout out to our parks and special events teams who worked closely with my office to coordinate this very, very successful event. And thank you to all of our great sponsors and those who stepped up to help provide these different resources to our community. Last week, additionally, had the pleasure of attending the unveiling of the newly finished Willow and Balch Park tot lot, along with Parks and Capital Projects team and the mayor. I was very excited to see this District 7 park being enjoyed by the neighborhood kids again. It was very, very organic. We walked up and the kids were out there playing in the mid-afternoon. This park had unfortunately suffered a fire back in 2022 that caused the playground to be closed due to safety issues. And so I just want to thank our city staff who worked very hard on this project and bringing it back to life. That'll be it, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. Just 2 comments. First, I want to really give a special shout out to our Public Safety Wellness Center staff, as well as the police chaplaincy, for really going above and beyond providing extra support services in light of recent events. You guys do a great job, and we often don't hear about it because that's part of what you do. But you being out there for our police officers and firefighters and first responders doesn't go unnoticed. But on a much happier note, I do want to share that 5 years ago, as of Tuesday, was the special election when I was first elected. And I remember the next day coming into this building as a councilman-elect and that feeling of gratitude that I felt. And yesterday, 5 years to that day, we were able to accomplish, with the help of a lot of folks, one of the biggest goals I had, which was to slow down traffic on Audubon Drive. If any of you have driven in Northwest Fresno going to Woodward Park or trying to get to somewhere else, it's a kind of become a shortcut for folks. And the residents in that neighborhood have said for decades they've wanted some kind of traffic mitigation. So we now have a traffic signal and 3 crosswalks. So now if you have children or grandchildren, you can cross safely in a protected space. But I want to thank Mayor Dyer and for his commitment to helping complete this project. Thanks City Manager White for her work. This was a big one. Supply chain issues, and we still made it. Also Scott Mosier, Randall Morrison, and the staff, Brian Russell, both Jills, Jill Aiello and Jill Gormley, Melissa Blau, and everyone else. And if I didn't mention you, I'm so sorry. And to my staff as well. They know how annoying I can be when I want to get this done and I keep asking, where is it, where is it, where is it? But the residents were out there in droves. They were very grateful to the city manager, and the mayor was able to see that. And it's going to make a big difference to slow down traffic in that neighborhood. So that's it. Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to be able to serve District 2.
Thank you, Council Vice President. For District 1, I just want to highlight our recent backpack drive that we held last week. I partnered with Assemblywoman Soria, and we were able to give out almost 1,000 backpacks to students in District 1. These were filled with school supplies, and so we're hoping that we are doing our part to help kick off students in having a successful school year this year. In that same spirit, I want to remind people just to remember school is back in session for many schools, and so please remember to slow down. Safe routes to schools, traffic safety is really important for me, and so we are currently installing speed radar signs at several of schools in District 1. The first one was Roding Elementary School. Those were recently installed. The next one will be near Fresno High School. So just as a reminder, please slow down, especially near schools. This weekend, we will be having our next neighborhood cleanup event. It will take place at Ashland and West at St. Mart Center. And this one is in partnership with Beautify Fresno. So thank you for the mayor's administration for teaming up with us to bring much needed aesthetic cleanup to this part of District 1. And lastly, I know several individuals are having issues paying their PG&E bills right now. My office is partnering with PG&E to provide some relief for those folks that do have past due PG&E accounts. Our next pop-up event is going to be at Fresno City College, and that one is going to be on August 20th, and we will have individuals from PG&E and United Way there to help you fill out the application to assist with covering a past due PG amount. It will be up to $2,000, so if that is something that you are struggling with, then help is there, and we want to be sure we're doing everything we can to help pay your past due PG&E bills. That concludes my report. Is the mayor here?
He's not here yet. And I do not have any comments, but I just want to defer to the city clerk. We have one correction that needs to be read into the record that we missed at the beginning, if that's okay, Council President?
Yes, city clerk.
Thank you very much. This correction on the record is for the Nero Council item. That is consent calendar item 2M, as in mother, ID 24960. On the resolution of intention to grant a non-exclusive franchise, at the bottom of page 2 of 4, it stipulates a hearing time of 10 o'clock a.m. This needs to be corrected to read 9:35 a.m. That is the correction for item 2M.
Thank you, city clerk. Do you have any additional items to report today?
Very quickly, of course, the November 5th election is fast approaching. If you would like to register to vote, you must have your registration postmarked or submitted electronically no later than October 21st, 2024. And if you visit the city clerk's website, you can look up the upcoming meetings for the City of Fresno, Immigration and Resident Affairs Committee, Planning Commission, Council District 4 Project Review Committee, Tower District Specific Plan Implementation Committee, and the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commissions all have meetings next week. Additional information can be found on the clerk's website. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Attorney, anything to report today?
Nothing today.
All right, that concludes our reports and comments. Up next, we have scheduled hearings and matters. First hearing is our 9:10 a.m. hearing. This is to adopt resolutions and an ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno CFD number 11. This is for annexation number 150 for final tract map 6379. Up first, we have our staff presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. Adrian Gonzalez, supervising engineering technician with the Public Works Department. This hearing is to annex final tract map 6379 into CFD 11. This final tract map is located in Council District 5, located at the northwest corner of East Florence and South Peach Avenue. The developer here is KB Homes. They are constructing a 200-lot single-family home subdivision, and they are going to be installing the standard improvements that go with subdivisions. So your sidewalks, your local streets, street lights. This particular subdivision is also installing a trail at the northern end of the subdivision and a park. The cost to maintain these facilities is going to be $586.65 per lot annually. We have received the ballot from the developer in favor of the annexation. We are available to answer any questions.
I'll make a motion to approve.
You want to make a motion to approve? Okay, I need to open this up for public comment first, council member. Is the applicant here? Did they want to make a presentation? All right, at this time, any questions from the council? See none, I'm going to open it up for public comment. This is for the 9:10 a.m. number 1 item. Are there any members of the public who wish to provide public comment on this item? Please come up at this time. See none, City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak on this item?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
All right, I'm going to close the public comment for this item and bring it back up to the dais. Council member, did you want to make a motion?
Motion to approve, Council President.
I have a motion to approve the 9:10 a.m. number 1 item by Council Member Chavez and a second by Council Member Bredefeld. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Motion to approve 9:10 a.m. item. Council Member Arias.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Council Member Maxwell.
Aye.
Council Member Chavez.
Yes.
Council Member Bredefeld.
Yes.
Council Member Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Carbasi.
Yes.
And Council President Perea.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Up next is the 9:10 a.m. number 3 item. This is a hearing to adopt resolutions and an ordinance amending annexation number 37 of CFD number 11. This is for final tract map number 6410. Good morning, staff.
Hey, good
Got
morning,
a presentation for us?
Yeah, Adrian Gonzalez, Public Works Department. So this particular annexation is a little bit different than the previous one. This territory was actually annexed back in 2011 by the previous developer, which was KB Homes. The land was sold to D.R. Horton, so they are now developing a 73-lot single-family subdivision. Again, it is in Council Member Chavez's district. There were a couple of changes to the layout of the subdivision, which required us to basically recalculate the cost for the annual tax. It went down from $727 to $637 $74. This subdivision will also have a trail at the northern end of it and a small park. We did receive the ballot in the affirmative in favor of the annexation. Any questions were available.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant for this item here and wishes to speak? All right, council, any questions on this item? At this time, I'm going to open it up for public comment. This is for the 9:10 a.m. number 3 item. Are there any members who wish to speak on this item? Please go ahead and come up at this time. See none, City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing for this item. Bring it back up to the dais.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias.
Chavez.
I get you guys mixed up sometimes. I have a motion to
Sure
approve
you
the
do.
9:10 a.m. number 3 item by Councilmember Chavez and a second by Councilmember Esparza. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
910 number 3, motion to approve. Councilmember Arias.
The non-Chavez guy votes yes.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
The non-Arias guy votes yes.
Councilmember Redefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Carbasi.
Yes.
And Council President Perea.
Yes.
7-0.
Moving on to 9:15 a.m. This is a hearing to consider appeal, annexation.
I believe that one was removed, a no return.
The 9:15 a.m. item.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we're going to move on to the 9:20 a.m. This is actions pertaining to the acquisition of fee title interest of a parcel to benefit the Blackstone McKinley BNSF grade separation project. We're going to start with the staff presentation first, then we're going to move on to the applicant or owner's application if they are here today. Take questions from the council, open up the public hearing, and then we will take action. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Nancy Bruno, Supervising Real Estate Agent, Capital Projects Department. The item before you today is a hearing to consider a resolution of necessity for the construction of the Blackstone McKinley BNSF grade separation project to acquire fee title interest of assessor's parcel number 451-07143, owned by Ravinder Sethi and S. Shima Sethi, and occupied by 6 commercial establishments, known as Valero, Harmon Mini Mart, Vape Zone Smoke Shop, Anna's Furniture, Fiesta Auto Insurance, and Taqueria San Mateo. This hearing is to determine whether this parcel is necessary for the project. The city is willing to continue negotiations with the property owners and tenants representatives, but in order to maintain the project schedule, this step in determining the necessity of the parcel for the project is critical. The court portion of the process will come later if this resolution is adopted. Today, we are here to determine that this parcel is needed and that the project cannot proceed without it. Staff have prepared a slide presentation to familiarize council and the public with the right-of-way acquisition process, as well as to provide information about the project and the impacts to this specific parcel. We need the first slide. It's not going up, okay. The right-of-way acquisition process begins with staff or our consultants contacting the property owner and introducing them to the project and explaining how it impacts their property. Fair market value is determined through an appraisal. The owner is invited to accompany the appraiser to the appraiser's site visit to share information about their property that they feel may affect the value. When the first written offer is presented to the owner, they are advised of their right to obtain an independent appraisal of the property for which the city will reimburse reasonable costs up to $5,000. As part of the process, the owner and or occupant of the parcel are advised that they may be entitled to relocation benefits and reimbursement of moving expenses. The city's relocation consultant works closely with them to determine the level of eligibility and assists in identifying a replacement location for their business if desired. During negotiations and title clearance, the process can go 2 ways. If the terms are acceptable to all, the agreement is signed and the city would proceed to close escrow and obtain possession of the parcel. If there are failed negotiations, title issues, or lack of participation in negotiation by the property owner, staff would recommend council consider an adoption of resolution of necessity, which is where we find ourselves today. If council adopts a resolution for this parcel today, the acquisition will be referred to the city attorney's office, who will proceed to file an eminent domain action with the courts. Although staff has recommended a resolution of necessity for this parcel, the city is open to continuing attempts at negotiating an agreement with the property owner's representatives until the court action is filed. As part of the process, an order for possession will be requested from the court so the city may proceed with the project at this parcel. And I'm going to have you present the project specifics to this parcel.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Yue Liman, licensed professional engineer with Transportation Project Management. I will be providing a summary of the project, current status, schedule, and how the project impacts a parcel for this item. The proposed project will eliminate 2 existing at-grade railroad crossings at Blackstone and McKinley Avenues. As a result, it will increase safety, traffic flow, and operations. There have been 4 fatalities at these crossings in the last 10 years. With the construction of this project, the conflict between pedestrians or vehicles and the trains will be eliminated. This project would benefit the nearby community and visitors to the area. We have received project funding through state TIRCP, LPP grants, and local FCTA Measure C funds. This slide provides an aerial overview of the proposed project limits. The project would be separating the railroad from the streets. Both Blackstone and McKinley Avenues would be reconstructed under the existing tracks. This would create an elevation difference of about 25 feet at the tracks and about 14 feet at the intersection. Due to these elevation differences, retaining walls would need to be constructed. The parcel for this item is outlined in red, located at the southeast corner of the Blackstone and McKinley intersection. This slide provides a rendering of the existing conditions and the elevation differences after construction. The elevation differences can be seen for both Blackstone and McKinley Avenues. The retaining walls are also visible in this exhibit. The schedule presented is laid out to meet our funding obligation deadlines. Design is anticipated to complete in summer or fall of 2025. Right-of-way acquisition is anticipated to complete by summer of 2025. The project construction is expected to begin in spring of 2026 and complete in spring of 2029. This exhibit shows how the parcel for this item is impacted. Portions of the parcel will be needed for the proposed intersection improvements, including the sidewalk and cycle track. The parcel will not be accessible due to the retaining walls and elevation difference. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff recommends council adopt the resolution of necessity determining this parcel is needed for the project and authorize an eminent domain action to acquire the fee title's interests. Staff is available if there are any questions.
Thank you both very much. Is the property owner here today? Does not appear so. So I'm going to move on to council questions. Council members, are there any questions? See none, I'm going to open it up for public comment. This is for the 9:20 a.m. item relating to the Blackstone McKinley BNSF grade separation project. Is there anyone who would like to provide comment on this item? See none. City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Miguel, for giving me this opportunity to actually comment on this project. Real quick, you are also adopting a negative declaration for preparation of an EA. My one comment has to do is, as you go to purchase this property, you have gas tanks there. What sort of underground mischief have you guys found on this project so far, especially at that corner in relationships to the gas tanks? Thank you.
There are no more speakers online.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comment portion for this item. and bring it back up to the dais. Any discussion or anyone want to take action on this item? I have a motion to approve the 9:20 a.m. item by Councilmember Esparza and seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Approval of the 9:20 a.m. item. Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Carbasi.
Yes.
And Council President Perea.
Yes.
7-0.
Up next is the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Anyone who has not already done so, please punch up. All right, I have no one punching up, so we're going to move on to public comment. This is going to be public comment on consent, including any contested consent items as well as closed session items. Each speaker is going to have 3 minutes. When you come up, please state which agenda item you're going to be speaking on, and your time will start. Up first, we have Emmanuel Agras Torres. Speaking on item 2Y. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Manuel Agras Torres. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and my comments are regarding item 2Y on the consent calendar, the ordinance regarding the prohibition of encampments in public spaces. We would like to reiterate that according to Government Code 8899.50, the city has an obligation to take meaningful actions that affirmatively further fair housing and all housing-related programs. If this ordinance is adopted, the city should develop more policies and programs that show a commitment towards providing resources and affordable housing options to the unhoused community. For example, Goal 7, quote, prevent displacement and homelessness in the July revised draft housing element. It should be further reinforced by adding additional workshops that directly engage with the in-house community. Specifically, the city should develop programs for the in-house community that focus on mental health services by providing mental health outreach services that to the community and trainings that inform the public on how to deal with the family members who have severe mental health needs, collaborating with the county to create a program that offers mental health services beyond 60 days to ensure residents have the support they need to stay in secure housing, create free sober living with job trainings and housing to for navigation for the year, focus on community care by utilizing mobile bus showers that are deployed throughout the city, open detox centers that allow an individual to stay 24 hours a day, 7 days a week without a 10-day limit in order for them to seek assistance any time of the day or night, and civic engagement opportunities by creating an advisory board of an oversight committee with diverse stakeholders that include a majority of individuals that work directly with the in-house community for accountability and transparency regarding the decision-making process for all homelessness funds. This ordinance is not the solution towards dealing with homelessness here in the city, and without community-informed policies and programs and funding committed for the in-house community, we won't see an end to the housing crisis here in Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Des. Good morning, Des. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. How you doing? So, thank you. Good morning to everybody. Something I've been coming up here talking about a lot, and that's the drugs in Fresno. Inside the homes and outside the homes. And I'm getting a little sick and tired of everybody blaming just the homeless. So I did a little searching, and I came upon some data from the Fresno County, and I want to pay respect right now to the people that died from an overdose here in Fresno. Each marble will be for each individual that died on our streets. There's one on the floor.
Thank you. Up next is Orlando Watson Sr. Orlando Watson Sr.
And one from the floor. Please do not disrespect
Good morning,
the
Mr.
dead
Watson. You
when
have
do
3
that,
minutes.
But don't disrespect the dead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm addressing the Heart team.
Can you speak a little bit closer so we can hear you better? Thank
I'm
you.
addressing the Fresno Heart team in their approach to the homeless people. They are outside of the spectrum of, I believe, their duties, and they're taking all of our stuff. And if I was to have to rely on any paperwork, I wouldn't have it because they take everything. They took everything from us over and over and over. And I just want to address how are we to combat that.
Thank you for your comments. Up next, we have Wes White. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Wes White. I'm with the Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union, part of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, National Union of the Homeless. Also the NAACP Political Action Chair in Monterey County. Checking in today about 2Y, the ordinance that is going to cite and arrest people just for being on public property. You know, the Supreme Court case and the governor's executive order doesn't make it right. You know, what you're doing is selling out people, and you're making blood money. You're domestic terrorists if this passes. This should not be the way to go. You already know there's nowhere for people to be. And so what are you trying to do? You're burying them alive, killing them right at that moment. You're going to cite them. This is like the 13th Amendment right here. You're just going to take away their rights and put them in jail, and now you can make money off them. They're human beings. They actually have inalienable rights, according to our Constitution, that cannot be taken away from. They deserve life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, food, clothing, shelter, running water, and electricity. You know, even in Steinbeck days, the government offered housing and it had running water. And nowadays, it's just get out. No, you're not allowed anything. People should be afforded 400 square feet and a structure. That's 20 feet by 20 feet of personal space that they need to maintain, be environmental stewards of their land. You offer the opportunity for minimal health and safety standards, organized space where trash, pee, poo, and food are in its place. You got to allow people to have kitchens, so barbecue pits, generators, so they can have electricity. You want them to be functioning, productive members of society, but you take every tool away from them, even the right to exist. And it's not right. You already know it's not right. You need to be stopping the sweeps. You need to stop driving people out of wherever they're at. They need to live. Are you supporting people or are you trying to kill them? Because it's an extractive culture that we're in. It's all about money. You might be colonizing, but you're not civilized yet. You got suits and ties on, seem professional, but where's your attitude of love? Where's your attitude of public service? Is this just a business? You're killing people. Domestic terrorism. Stop it.
Thank you. Up next is Alex Cush. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I want to speak on the item 2V, breeding rights and permits. Dear council members, I want to express my strong opposition to the proposed ordinance targeting local animal breeders. This ordinance, which seeks to impose punitive fines and criminal penalties on breeders, is not only unfair but also deeply misguided. While City Attorney Andrew Johns claims that the ordinance is modeled after the success of similar regulations in Los Angeles and Palm Springs, a closer examination reveals a starkly different reality. Palm Springs ordinance is designed to be fair and balanced, allowing responsible breeders to operate legally without facing unreasonable barriers. Breeders in Palm Springs are required to obtain a permit valid for 1 year with a reasonable fee. The ordinance permits up to 3 liters per household within any 36-month period and includes sensible penalties for non-compliance that encourage corrective action rather than imposing crippling fines. In contrast, the proposed Fresno ordinance seeks to impose a $2,000 annual fee for a breeding permit and fines of $1,000 per animal for those found breeding or selling without a permit. This punitive approach will disproportionately affect small responsible breeders who are already compliant with existing regulations. Unlike Palm Springs, where the ordinance supports responsible breeding, Fresno's proposal seems designed to penalize breeders indiscriminately regardless of their adherence to the law. Andrew Johns has also pointed to Los Angeles as a success story. However, recent developments in Los Angeles tell a different story, one of failure and mismanagement. In March 2024, Los Angeles passed a temporary ban on issuing dog breeding permits as a part of an effort to address the city's severe homeless animal overpopulation crisis. The situation in Los Angeles has deteriorated so badly that even a temporary ban on breeding permits is unlikely to make a meaningful difference. The reality is that Los Angeles Animal Services is overwhelmed with shelters, overcrowded, and turning away homeless animals. As a result, animals are being abandoned on the streets where they suffer from hunger, exposure, and ultimately premature death. The city's shelters are so full that the staff has been instructed to refuse stray animals, further exacerbating the crisis. This situation has led to a public outcry, with organizations like PETA placing the blame squarely on the shoulders of city officials, including Mayor Karen Bass, for their failure to manage the crisis effectively. The problem in Los Angeles are compounding by the city's failure to enforce its own spay-neutral laws, leading to a continued increase in the homeless animal population. The temporary ban on breeding permits, celebrated by some as a step forward, is in fact an admission of the city's inability to manage its animal population effectively. Instead of reducing the numbers of homeless animals, the ban has only highlighted the failures of the existing policies and the dire state of animal welfare in Los Angeles.
Thank you very much. Up next is Sarah Wisham. Hi, Sarah, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time today. Today, I come with a new perspective about the current state of our new city animal shelter. I wanted to speak about the current situation with being closed to most, if not nearly all, intakes. This upcoming Monday, my kids, your kids, or grandchildren, nieces and nephews will be starting school. Potentially thousands of children will be walking to and from school or the bus stops. I specifically have 4 children who will be walking to the bus stop and then returning to the bus stop and walking home after school. I'm willing to bet your kids and grandchildren, nieces and nephews, have friends that will be doing the same. With animal control telling people to let strays loose back where they were found, refusing to accept and intake a stray, or animal control taking it upon themselves to re-release dogs on the street. Yes, I know about the unaltered Great Dane that animal control released in a residential neighborhood as an example. Don't you see how this could be catastrophic for our children? How risky this is? All breeds, all sizes are roaming and in survival mode because our shelter will not take in strays unless they meet a very, very specific criteria. The amount of strays currently roaming is unbelievable. We just built a $20 million shelter. A man died last month due to a mauling. Do you personally feel that it's worth even risking a child's life? If the shelter is not reopened to all strays immediately, I'll know your answer. Whose son or daughter will have to be injured or potentially pass away to fix this if it's not immediately reopened? We already lost 1 life, and that is devastating enough. To lose a child or a child having to experience a traumatic encounter would be devastating to the community as a whole. It's not realistic that there won't be strays at all, but we as a community can help limit how many there are. As of right now, 90% are turned away when brought in, and that is unacceptable when there are, in fact, kennels in space. I personally went and saw yesterday. I know to fully reopen that it will potentially require more funding. I know that humane euthanasia numbers would indeed increase, but we need to keep our community safe, especially our children. Now that I brought this up, if what I'm mentioning does happen, I want you to know that's specifically on you all, especially if that dog was rejected by the shelter prior and put back where it was found. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Up next is Elaine Gonzalez. / Mel Garcia.
So I have some papers that I just wanted to pass around.
That's fine.
Okay?
I'll accept that.
So they're the same. If you could start one on one side and one on the other side, maybe. They're the same thing, so that they can start on either side. So I'll let you get that first. So once again, my name is Elaine Gonzalez. I go by Mel Garcia on social media. I'm with Mel's Mutts. I'm also co-founder of California Spay, which is a program that has been working with the city since November. I first want to say that I truly appreciate the working relationship that I have with the city, with the city shelter, with a lot of you up here. With Alma from the shelter. Alma's great. We are in constant contact. So anything I say is this is not something personal, but it's something that definitely needs to be addressed and is 9 months in the making. 9 months ago, I came here in November and talked to you guys. And at that point, I know Georgianne, asked me to speak on behalf of closing the shelter for 60 days. I told her I was not in agreement with that the rescue community wasn't in agreement with that, but for the greater good and to try and make things better, I would calm the crowd down. I would talk to, the community and give it 60 days. We are now 9 months into the shelter, not accepting any animals. If you can see those pictures, and I know they're so hard to look at, but you please look at them. The very first one is a man that was killed on 4th of July because of stray dogs. That was 1 block into the county. It was right in the orchard, right next to my home. And it was from dogs that I have reported to animal control for months. 1 block into the county, literally 1 block. Those dogs very well could have already passed into the city, and it could very well be somebody else. Also, I know that you're going to say, there's no place, there's no space, whatever. I understand that also, but when there's no space at schools, we don't just say, there's no more school kids, you're free. We build bungalows, we do what we have to do. It is not the rescues community nor the citizens to make those decisions and to do that for the city and for the greater good. That is your job. You guys have to figure this out. If it means putting up more kennels, if it means, sadly, that dogs are going to have to be euthanized, that is horrific. But we have to look at the greater good. Every dog that is being left out and turned away from the shelter is dying those horrific deaths right there. And not just that, they're multiplying. Look at how many puppies just in this last week the shelter gets in, and that's because all of these dogs are being left unaltered on the streets. We can't take them, put them back where you found them. But then those dogs go back and they're having puppies.
Thank you. Up next is Mindy Miller. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. I don't want to repeat everything that has been said already, but I do want to reiterate just a few things. Imagine taking phone call after phone call, 50 phone calls a day we get, because people are finding stray dogs and being turned away from the city shelter, and they felt like they were doing a good deed, and then they're told to abandon the dog. Abandoning dogs is illegal, so we're telling them to put the dogs back on the street. In some cases, they were told not to offer water in 105-degree weather and don't feed them. We have to come up with a better way. I'm open to discussing with you guys some ideas. I have a few. I don't mind. They may not work. I know other rescues would meet to come up with some ideas, but we got to open the doors. I mean, it's starting to look really bad. I catch on my video camera 6 or 7 dogs running every night. And as they said, kids are going back to school. We get calls about being attacked by dogs, but yet they can't call anyone because no one will come out and get them. We've got to do something better for these dogs. I mean, people who don't realize what's happening are looking for their dogs. But if they're not in the shelter and people are rehoming because they don't want to put it on the street, they'll never get their dogs back. So there are different ways we could do it. I mean, doing the spay program is awesome. Maybe free microchipping, more of that. And maybe just advertisements that right now, if your dog is not neutered or spayed or microchipped, the likelihood of getting them back is very small. But that's not the answer. We have to come up with a better answer than this. You know, we deserve to, as a community, come together with you guys and try to find realistic ideas, but we have to open the shelter. I mean, just the drive to the shelter, I counted 15 dogs sitting on the street that are skinny and dying because there's no food, there's no water, and there's nowhere to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Thalia Arenas. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. So I'm also here to speak on the stray issue. This animal overpopulation crisis that we have in Fresno needs to be addressed through enforcement and an open door policy at the shelter to receive strays. My connection to the issue is as a former SPCA employee of 8 years and a current rescuer. I left the shelter to open my business, but what I want to address are some things that have happened in the past that need to continue, which are super vital, and that are basically, it feels like they're being overlooked. Because leaving one shelter, which was the SPCA, to open up this really beautiful center was not just supposed to be about saving money on rent and getting a new center. At the SPCA, people had the option to take or leave the stray. It was at the person's discretion, not at the shelters. It was mandatory for the shelter to receive the stray if the person wanted to leave it. This should not be limited. I request to reconsider the policy of what is being received at the shelter. I also want to address other key elements. Ever since the city took on the animal control unit, prior, I want to say what used to happen that I don't think is happening now. There used to be a rabies control officer who was in charge of following up on the dog bite cases. They kept numbers and they worked closely with the health department. So who is that person right now? Who is doing rabies control enforcement? There was also a humane educator that would go to the schools and talk about dog safety. They would visit moms groups. That was actually me, that was my job. I would go to the PG&E office. I would talk to the workers on how to stay safe, how not to get bit. I would also visit the postal workers. And so I want to know who is doing that job, who's fulfilling that function now at the new animal center. There was also 2 licensed enforcement officers in the past who canvassed neighborhoods and gave notices about dog licenses. This actually ties into the breeder's law that was recently modified. The dog license is so that people aren't breeding without a license and non-breeders are spaying and neutering their pets. So who are the assigned officers for this? People would be cited for frequent loose dog violations. In the past, if a dog entered the shelter more than once, the penalty to retrieve that pet was higher. So if your dog was there a second or third time at the shelter, your penalty was going to be higher to get your dog back. There was 20 animal control officers prior to the new center. What happened to the animal control department? How many do we have now? Because we can not only focus on how the shelter is running internally, but we also need to know what's happening in the community to control the animal issues outside as well. And then the last thing, just to reiterate that really horrific case of that person that was mauled on July 4th, recently here in Fresno. Has that dog been caught? Where is that dog? That dog is going to kill again. And this is not the first time that people have been mauled to death in the city of Fresno. So I just want to bring those issues up. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Rex Heim to speak on item 2G. Good morning, Rex. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council President, Council members, staff, and Mayor, wherever Mayor Dyer went. I am here to address the 2G, the rejection of the bid for the Garage 9 renovation project. First, I wanted to thank you for rejecting the bid, the only bid you received, and being responsible with taxpayer dollars. Thank you for that. The engineer's estimate for this project was $2.5 million. The loan bid received was 139% above the engineer's estimate at over $5.9 million. Staff explained since the average is greater than 10% or there's only one bid received, and I want to stress this is staff language, not mine, that the reason for this high cost and lack of bids were in part based on the PLA requirements and that the project was restricted to bids by union contractors only. WICA believes that allowing all local contractors to bid fairly and employ all of their local employees and all local apprentices on all projects in the city of Fresno would not only be fiscally responsible but also equitable. So again, I urge you to start by doing that on just this project, by rebidding this project without the PLA. Thank you again for your time and all your work you do for the city of Fresno. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Up next is Steve Diddy. Steve. All right, up next is Sean McPherson. Good morning, Sean. Please identify the item you wish to speak on, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
It's about the 2Y.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, I have the most admiration and respect for all of you up here and all the complexities involved with the decisions you make. I can't even imagine. This 2Y thing is simply not going to work. I've been homeless for like 12 years or something like that, and things like hygiene facilities and food and shelter were used to trick me. I feel like I got played, you know? You guys use food and shelter and hygiene facilities to trick me into now it's illegal for me to be outside, you know what I mean? So now it's not only legal, I'm being forced into a conservatorship, which I don't feel is going to work, just for the simple fact that you have to have a substantial amount of trust and confidence in the people that are going to be rehabilitating you. But we were tricked into this, you know what I mean? And it's just not going to, nobody's going to be for it, it's not going to work, you know what I mean? And I was just thinking, like, this forced conservatorship, what about people's pets? What about their family members that are sick and old? What about their jobs? What about their lives? You know what I mean? All that's got to be put on hold. So we'd be forced to do a program. You guys, there's not a program in history that's 100% effective. You can't name one. This has never happened, right? Well, they're going to keep 100% of us until we complete these programs. You know, and it's just not going to work. It's just sad. It's going to be lost to Fresno. It's just sad. It's very sad. And man, I got so much more to say. I'm lost up here, but yeah, this forced conservatorship, this is not going to work. And yeah, I feel like we've been exploited. You up here, all you guys up here, you guys wouldn't be able to do what you do every day without access to food, shelter, and hygiene facilities. I mean, you guys wouldn't be able to operate you can't even live a life without being able to stay clean and eat and have some type of security. And that's sad that those are things that were offered to us and to turn around to make it illegal for me. Now I can't now I can't be outside on the sidewalk because I've utilized these facilities. I mean, now I'm documented homeless, so I'm going to be forced to go to jail because I utilize things that I should be entitled to as a human being. You know, it's sad, you know what I mean? And I just don't feel like it's going to work, you know what I mean? It's not going to work.
Thank you. Up next is Camila Sutherland. Camila? Ms. Sutherland, did you want to speak on an agenda item or something off the... Okay, that'll come next. That'll come next, thank you. Up next is Sting. Sting. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Gary. Let me just start off by giving a shout out to Des for that extremely powerful demonstration. Unfortunately for y'all, having 6 cops escort me out of these chambers wasn't enough to intimidate me out of coming back. Anyways, messed up here. Anyways, I think that the over 4 hours of public comment on the 29th and everyone here today has made it abundantly, painstakingly clear where your constituents stand on the sit, lie, sleep ordinance. Yet, you continue to ignore the voices of the people you were elected to represent. Whether it's here at City Hall or over the Board of Supervisors, no matter the issue at hand, our officials have made it disgustingly clear that they don't give a crap about what we have to say. Don't worry, I've been cleaning my foul mouth. You've been told why this ordinance won't work, why it's inhumane, and how it will actually cost the taxpayers more to implement this than actual effective strategies such as the Housing First model in Houston. Yet you continue to ignore us and attempt to cause division by insisting that dropping an F-bomb somehow overshadows the work of other advocates that you say you do listen to. Well, we all know how much you love lying to our faces. All of those advocates you named are still in these chambers. If you were actually listening to and working with them, they'd have no reason to be wasting their time here. You complain about your constituents screaming at and attacking you, but what you seemingly fail to realize is that the public outrage is born from your own actions. Plot twist, your actions have consequences. If you actually did your jobs, we wouldn't have to scream at and attack you. We, the people, have 4 demands for you. 1, vote no on the sit, lie, sleep ordinance. 2, work with the community members to implement community-based solutions. 3, use emergency funds from the city to get every person who goes through a sweep a motel voucher. And 4, families with children should be sheltered within 2 hours in a long-term shelter. I just want y'all to know, while you're sitting up here blinded by your greed and hunger for power, that we're going to recall, remove, and vote out every single one of you who votes yes on this ordinance. If you don't reflect the will of the people, you are not fit for this council. Also, I saw you posted me on your Facebook, Gary. You want me so bad, but baby girl, I'm out of your league.
Up next is Alex Laffey. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
I'm here today to oppose the fascist ordinance that is trying to be passed. And if you don't agree that being punished for sitting or standing in public space is fascist, then we must have different ideas of what a free country should look like. The narrative here is that this will only apply to encampments, but this law is very plainly written. No sitting, no standing, and public property. This is purposely written this way, so not only can you criminalize being unhoused, but that you can remove anybody from public that does not meet your agenda. Slapping these ordinances on the most vulnerable members of our community does not solve our issues. Homelessness is a symptom of a dysfunctional society. Unsure of what to do? Start listening to your constituents. 4 hours in June and no one listened to them. That's actually just so disrespectful to your constituents. I cannot believe that. There's 37 e-comments online that basically all say the same thing repetitively. So many ideas that are here. You could have your meetings in the afternoon so people can actually attend instead of scheduling them in the morning so people can't come. I took off time to be here. I took off time. I'm not being paid to be here because apparently I care more than the people who are paid to be here. I've heard complaints from city council that are tired of being screamed at. Well, listen to your people. We would not be here all the time complaining. It's that simple. You are public servants. You will respect us. You will listen to us. And we will recall anybody that votes yes to this. That's it.
Pauline Verdugo. Okay, Shar McClearson. Shar McClearson. Bob McCloskey. Bob McCloskey.
Thank you. I just want to say that this is overly broad. I notice Mr. Jentz is not here, but it says any person may not sit, sleep, lie, I guess, be anywhere on a public place, a park or otherwise. Meaning that someone like me, a journalist reading a book under a tree, could be accosted by the police thinking I might be homeless. What this does is give complete power to the police on how to judge who's homeless and who's not. You know, I wear my jeans and I get mistaken for homeless sometimes. So these things in my gear when I go out and help, but these things are something you have to think about. That'd be a serious court case there, you know, somebody like myself. 73-year-old man gets accosted by the police, may not have their ID on them, because you're not required to carry your ID around at any time under the law, and you're not required to identify yourself to the police unless you're under suspicion of some kind of crime. I don't believe it's a crime to lay in the park and read a book if you're an average Joe citizen. So those kind of cases may come up. Mr. Arias and others have brought up $400 million spent on services and shelter by, you do the math, by 4,000 people, that's $100,000 per year. I mean, $100,000 over probably a 4-year period, I'm thinking, since 2020. When you started getting all those state and federal funds, those were not city funds. Those were funds that need to be audited. We need to figure out where all this money went. So $100,000 per person over a 4-year period, of course, $25,000 a year could certainly house somebody. Now you want to lock people up for $35,000 a year. We talked about shelter services consistently with Miguel and other Congress and other council people brought it up here, that Turning Point and other providers are not doing a good job of getting people help, getting them what they need to get off the street. It's going to be costly to enforce, and I would still argue that it has racist implications. Reverend Floyd Harris has called it Mississippi Fresno for a reason. It's one of the poorest and racially divided on economics city anywhere, and we all know that the prisons are full of people who are not white. People on the streets are disproportionately represented. Indigenous people are twice as represented on the streets as they are in the national census. African Americans, black people are twice as represented in the national census.
Up next is James M.
Twice as represented in the national census.
James M.
You need to keep that in mind.
Please come up to the mic. Thank you. Good morning, James. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi. I'm just here in opposition against this ordinance with the homeless matter. To me, it doesn't make any sense. Why are we wasting our efforts on this matter, which is clearly targeting people who are struggling on a daily basis? It seems to me like you're putting up a facade, like you're addressing an issue and doing something about it, but really you're just perpetuating it. I'm here to support everybody here. I'm not affiliated with anybody. All I want to do is show that I care about people, you know? You should too. You know, we've filled up the jails before with nonviolent offenders. What'd we do? We released them. That's a wasted effort. That's all.
Up next is Sean McPherson. Up next is Brighton Tompkins. Luis Rosario. Kevin Little. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Since this matter was on the consent calendar and there were no objections to it, perhaps many of the folks in this room don't realize, but this has already essentially been approved and has been enacted. This law is ill-conceived. We've already spoken at the last meeting about our substantive opposition to it, but I'd like to spend some time today talking about the practicalities of this law. First of all, this law is vague and overbroad, and it's going to be subject to legal challenges by the ACLU and other organizations. It's going to cost the city lots of money to defend that. It's going to very likely require the city to pay $250,000 or more in attorney's fees like it did for the homeless advocacy ordinance that got overturned. Also, with respect to this law, it's clearly vague and unenforceable. It also doesn't have a plan, because we all know, each one of you sitting here knows that there are inadequate resources. The ordinance provides that officers will have the discretion to refer people to resources, but we know those resources don't exist. So are people going to be arrested simply because there's nothing to refer them to? And that would be the height of arbitrariness. Furthermore, all property is treated the same. Many of the unhoused who are on the street have property that they simply cannot be separated from. Medicines that they need to maintain their mental health, medicines that they need to stay alive, paperwork that they need to get benefits. And if they're arrested and their property is deprived of them, very likely they won't be out and available to reclaim those matters and items in 60 days. Long story short, we're creating a mess, and law enforcement is not prepared to enforce this ordinance. There's been no training on how to exercise the enormous discretion that they have under this ordinance. And people like me in the court system are going to have to clean up the mess that this ordinance creates. Thank you.
Up next, Andy Prombino. Cindy. I see it now. Cindy. You have 3 minutes, Cindy.
Good morning, Council, Mayor Dyer, and Council President. My name is Cindy Pinbino. I'm with Fresno Homeless Union, and I'm also a ministry coordinator with Christ Helping Hands through Fresno Church. I'm in total opposition of this ordinance. To why? It's inhumane. Bottom line, it's inhumane. It's a violation of the 8th Amendment. Also, what a reflection of hate that it shows to others, especially nationwide. This is a reflection of our city. You know, my own grandkids, 2 of them came up here last council, 2 great grandkids. The boys came up, they talked. My 10-year-old granddaughter helps at Outreach. She's asking me, where are they going to go, Grandma? What's going to happen to them? Where do they go? I don't know what to tell them. Do something. That's what the governor said. And you guys all seen that in the media, on the news. He said, do something. And this is what we're doing. It's not acceptable. This is going to, like Kevin said, this is going to cost a lot of money. It's going to cost you taxpayers a lot of money. And I'm going to state the facts again. There, over 50% of our homeless are over 50. They are frail and they are disabled. Our families, our vets are off limits. Please do not ever cuff a vet or cite them. They fought for this country. That's humiliating. We need to build affordable housing. We know it's a fact also that Fresno is behind on building affordable housing. I say that we get some safe camps up in some, we got a lot of land out there. Let's figure it out, Fresno. Also, let's use, like it got spoken, let's use those emergency funds. When you pull people off the street, let's use those funds to put them into a motel. And speaking from experience now, I know that the way the police treat our unhoused, and having been a victim of that myself, my concern is, are you just gonna, like it got mentioned, are you gonna hurdle them off the streets like cattle? That's what the talk is. There's no talk about compassion. When I hear compassion up here, I'm not seeing it. The definition of compassion is a sympathetic pity and concern for the sufferings or misfortune of others. And I'm in total agreement to open that shelter. I see a lot of dogs out here on the streets. We need to open that shelter and get it right with all these rescues and these organizations. God bless you all, and God bless the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Nancy Donnet. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I want to thank you all for working on behalf of our city. I do believe that we all really do want the very best for our city, including our citizens who are houseless. While I want to assume that this ordinance in general is geared to helping our city and the houseless, I am concerned about the implementation of this ordinance. It feels short-sighted and a poor Band-Aid to a deep and multifaceted problem. I'm concerned about the profiling of certain individuals. I'm concerned about the right that we all have to sit and rest and enjoy a park bench. If indeed those who are houseless will be jailed or fined, I'm concerned about the capacity of our jails and potential abuses that could happen in this process. I've never met a homeless person who has $500 or $1,000 in their back pocket to pay for the fine. Our mental health facilities are already limited in their capacity to help our general population. So if you're an inpatient in behavioral health and get discharged and don't have a place to go, you're given a resource list of homeless shelters for where you can go. So it feels like this is a revolving door that won't be helpful. I do believe, though, that we have the capacity to help our houseless population and would encourage the council to get curious in finding sustainable solutions versus just trying to sweep the houseless population away. The cost of housing, the lack of affordable housing, barriers to housing, inflation, these are the issues that need to be addressed. If the money allotted to the police department to round up the houseless could be poured into attacking these root problems, these root issues, and preventing individuals from becoming homeless, we'd be further along in solving this problem. I want to urge you to vote no on this ordinance. I want you to I urge you to listen to the community of homeless individuals and advocates, involving them in the process of solving the problems. Please work with community members to implement community-based solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Ms. 5250. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Ms. 5250, D3 resident. Crazy for justice. And what I'm noticing right off the bat is no one can see, no one listening at home can see the people that are speaking. So I consider that one more point where you guys are trying to silence our voices. You don't want to see how many people, you don't want everyone watching to see how many people are here in opposition to this bill. You don't want our signs to be seen on the TV or be made part of the public record. And that is just despicable. Just as despicable as this Y2 ordinance sit, sleep, stand, where you're not allowed to be in the public spaces anymore. We're allowed to be in public spaces. And in the public spaces right out in front of your homes, we will be protesting these unconstitutional ordinances. How can you guys think that an untrained officer that doesn't know the Constitution, that doesn't even know our First Amendment rights, is going to respect our Fourth Amendment rights? Because they don't do it on a daily basis. And you guys have access to the proof every single day on the body cams that you guys have access to see how these officers are treating people. You have access to see what is going on front and center in these sweeps, and all of the documentation and things that they're throwing away. They're throwing away the Obama phones. They're throwing away federal documents. Our police officers are being paid to throw away resources that just have to go out and reobtain. And it's a cycle that you're perpetuating, and how you don't see that is, I do not understand. And I would like to also call out the churches that could be opening up their parking lots as safe lots. There's a lot of working homeless out there that could use a safe place to park at night or during the day when they're not utilizing those parking lots. They could have trustee type, people in charge of these camps that are out there, and the safe camps like Des was running. You guys should be familiar with people that are chronically homeless out there, that people are newly homeless, and people that could easily get out of homelessness if they had a safe lot to park in, where they didn't have to worry about their stuff or getting hassled by the cops, getting their vehicle towed away. Because now they're worse than they started off. There's places that won't hire you if you don't have a car.
Thank you. Up next is Linda Tubach. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members. I came here this morning hoping to have my say and hopefully having some influence in our democratic process when it comes to passing this heartless ordinance. And what happens? I find out that it's part of the consent calendar, and none of you has the courage to pull it for further consideration. Really disappointing. So, like many speakers have mentioned before me, I think you need to get ready for the lawsuits on this one. I'm horrified that you would all unanimously agree to scapegoating the most vulnerable of our population, a tiny fraction of our population, less than 1% of our population, for Fresno's quality of life issues. I do all my shopping in Fresno, of course, and I know business owners are complaining to you about unhoused people congregating in their parking lots for shade. These are the constituents that you apparently care about who are calling you, and indeed, we're represented at the last meeting by 2 security guard services. Meanwhile, the vast majority of your constituents, like me, object to this ordinance, and we realize that, in fact, you're the ones responsible for dispersing Fresno's unhoused community into the shopping centers for shade, especially during the summer. This is the only place now where they can go to get shade. And how did this happen? You've destroyed all the encampments, including Dez's Safe Camp, which is a proven alternative and is the kind of solution that you need to be embracing. Instead, you seem to be content with adding a few beds here, a few low-income units there, when there is a need in the thousands to address these problems. You need to start setting up safe camps. You need to start doing rent subsidies. And I call upon Mayor Dyer to veto this. He's been to Austria. He knows what the solutions are. He knows that it's social housing and rent subsidies and not criminalizing the most vulnerable people, pandering to a small slice of our population, the store owners who are upset about the dispersal of the homeless population in our community. I think it's obvious what you need to be doing.
Okay. Next we have lethal. Lethal. Okay. Next we have, oh. Okay. You'll have 3 minutes.
Grazie. Instead of preventative steps like livable wages and affordable housing, people are being smacked with debt jail and sweeps that prolong their homelessness. Carbasi, upset about affordable senior and student housing earlier, calling it important, I believe, is great, but you did vote for this anti-homeless ordinance, so make that make sense. Dyer called us ignorant, misled, and stated we hold grudges. Until you've walked in my docks on the streets and fields meeting and helping people, don't even think about trying to turn the narrative into us being the ignorant ones. We are the ones taking time out of our day to listen and to serve the community. You think I want to stand here and be asking you to do your job and the right thing? We pay you for all this lack of transparency and the blatant disregard for our public commenting. It was said that thousands were sheltered, but I bet that's just the revolving door of funding from people being brought in and kicked right back out by abusive staff at the shelters. Every time you get a body in a room, you get funded. Dyer said it's time to hold our unsheltered population accountable, referencing to supposed resources being offered, regardless of bed space in Fresno, is what he meant. This is slander on the street family. Go and talk to them and hear how they are not actually being offered wraparound services. Stop playing with me. Jan said he is directing his prosecution team to not engage in any plea bargaining with unhoused people who are arrested under the city's anti-camping ban and to seek maximum prison sentence for unhoused people. Glad to see you're personally getting asses in beds. This is proof Fresno does mean to criminalize the unhoused and allow them to be lost in the U.S. prison system to be slaves for 13 cents an hour. People deserve a second chance at sleeping in a bed and not in a jailed one. You should be ashamed of being so cold and hateful. Arias said County of Fresno operates a $4 billion safety net system that only produces 120 beds, while the City of Fresno, a $2 billion organization with 900 beds. That's not enough beds, for one. For two, we deserve an itemized list of how this money is being spent. Because there was $17 million in 23-24 fiscal year for housing support, addressing how to house people, creating pathways to permanent housing stability. This year, another $10.9 million for housing support. You can prove to Fresnans what you did. I need you to prove to Fresnans what you did with that money because I barely see it. Show us what you're doing with the people's money. It belongs to us, not trips to Germany that nothing comes out of, not PD, and certainly not Gary's dollar box die.
Next, we have Z or Zy. It's ZY on here. Okay. Next, we have Sean Zweifler. Sean, if you're here, come on up. And after Sean, we're going to have Brandy.
Thank you for your time. I'm here to speak out against this cruel and ineffective policy. The city has already tried this. You have tried harassing, sweeping, moving around, throwing away people's stuff, and we all know that's a failed policy. We've seen, when the city shoved everyone down into Chinatown. We've seen when the city shoved everyone out of there. We've seen people moved around this city. And all it did is make people's lives worse. All it did was rack up police, the police budget, the court budget, your legal fees. And so, you, after a brief period, which is commendable, of expanding shelter space and creating transitional housing, the city has decided to return to the criminalization and institutionalization path. This is, once again, cruel and inhumane. You have decided it's better to spend money on police, courts, and institutionalization instead of shelter and services. This is financially irresponsible. I also want to speak on how this ordinance affects everyone in the city, not just the unhoused. You're turning everyone in the city into a criminal, including yourselves. Public space extends to city council chambers. So, you guys, everyone sitting in here is technically, opening themselves up to a year-long sentence in jail. This is incredibly corrosive to society. By making everyone into a criminal and, creating a situation where you're leaving it up to an officer's discretion, this is discriminatory and arbitrary. We know that this will be used to target the most vulnerable members of society. We know that this will be used against, the people that the city views undesirable. This is incredibly dangerous, and I believe you're pursuing this path, in a flippant manner. And it's time to sit down, come up with some real solutions, because there are real solutions out there. We all need to know that needs to happen. But this is not the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brandy, and after Brandy, we're going to have Josefa. Thank you, Brandy. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Kabasi. Sorry, I have to. Dear Council, I'm asking for bold action today, and that means pulling aside them, and instead of passing this ordinance, to step back, truly listen to the community, and finally bring those with lived experience to the table in a substantive way, along with the community, to assess what has been done and what can be done to address the complex issues of people being unsheltered in our street, and make this successful for them, including addressing the problems that you're trying to mitigate. Now is the time to do things differently, and I'm putting my faith in you that you will, as you've done other good actions like the senior housing before. During the years of talking with those who are unhoused, I've heard so many thought out solutions to reduce homelessness and address things, as well as informed critiques about what needs to change. When organizations like the Human Trafficking Prevention Organization, Justice Coalition speaks up to say why this ordinance is harmful, I too am troubled by how you have chosen not to truly listen and dismiss our community at the last meeting, suggesting that they don't know or understand enough to weigh in, and how the mayor dismissed so many people in our community, saying that they are misinformed or do not have good reasons. But I ask that you listen now. And believe you, those who are opposed to this aren't a monolithic group, but your constituents from many backgrounds. People may not know every program and the numbers, but can know how harmful this ordinance is, as they shared, including the fact that Jans is wanting to prosecute people to the greatest extent of the law. If the city is claiming that Heart treats people compassionately in front of people who are just brutalized, how can we believe that the council and mayor's narrative of people refusing services, as you say, are the targets of the ordinance? Now is the time for compassion, and to recognize that this will harm everyone who is homeless. If Arias and the council have been listening to unhoused, you have taken action to hold Heart accountable, because it's not only violating their rights, but impeding our efforts to get people off the streets. And if you listened, that you would understand how and come up with solutions for services like Fresno Housing has regarding the shelters and having a grievance system, but you can act differently. Regarding criminal activity, you have laws in place to address those. You can focus on the demands that have been brought forward, look at Tulare Safe Camp, and focus on housing first. Fresno does have a responsibility to ensure adequate housing, as California Housing and Community Development states that since 1969, California has required all local governments to adequately plan for the housing needs, and we are 90,000 short of housing from very low to moderate, and that this is the greatest reason for why people are unhoused. It takes a lot of effort to get affordable housing, and you ask for patience. So I ask for the same patience with those who are trying to get off the streets, to be able to in the efforts to, as you're trying to find more housing, and recognize that this is going to be a slow process, but you need people at the table. We've had, especially as we have a lot invested, so that we can be one.
Thank you, Brandy. Up next is Josefa. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. I'm a resident of D7, Josefa Vega. This ordinance, as many have mentioned already, is intentionally vague. It has zero outline of what the process between responding to the presence of individuals and then moving them to jail would look like. What is, however, made clear is that Fresno Police Department is being empowered to use their full discretion to enforce the ordinance. FPD has proven time and time again to violate resident civil rights by utilizing excessive force and has proven to be a biased body. Cop in Power, Jerry Dyer, has gone to great lengths to further criminalize community members by also, in addition to endorsing Prop 36, which means fewer individuals being rehabilitated and instead being shut away in jail. I ask that you vote no on 2Y and no on Prop 36.
Up next is Mary. Mary. Up next is Sophia Sanchez. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sophia Sanchez, and I work in downtown Fresno, and I'm here today to urge you not to pass consent item 2Y. Low wages, high cost of housing, rapid inflation, eviction, and gentrification have caused a lot of us to live without a safe, stable house over our heads. Over 50% of Fresno renters are spending over a third of their monthly income on rent. And throughout my work with Power California, I've met a lot of young individuals like myself who have maintained 2 to 3 jobs just to live in the hood. A lot of us are just trying to survive and are small business owners who are one paycheck away from being homeless. Many of my friends are victims of having an unsafe housing situation and greedy landlords who have even gotten to the point of blackmailing them. We all belong in Fresno. You City of Fresno elected leaders must view housing as a human right and must understand that the ordinance must not be passed because the language is vague and has no clear language for implementation, review, funding, or accountability. To support our unhoused community, the city must provide emergency housing like motels, and we need to come up with solutions for the unhoused community with them and not with the interests of special interest groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Tamika Rodriguez. Tamika Rodriguez. Up next is Crystal.
Hi, everyone. I'm Crystal, and I would like to talk about the new facility that you guys are trying to get and place all the homeless people at over there in Elkhorn, Carruthers. Yeah, so if you place all the unhoused people over there, how are they going to get back to Fresno for their doctor's appointments? Nobody's going to be able to. We already called Medi-Cal. They're not going to be able to transport them. So how are you guys going to transport them? Are you guys going to have transportation? Are you guys going to be able to have Poverello or anybody go drop off the foods? Is there any stores or anything that they can get to? There's nothing but farmland. The freeway's not even for a little while. So you guys need to think about this. You guys are just housing the unhoused and you're putting them in a facility like jail, like a prison. What about the people that's already been incarcerated or already been to boot camp or something and now you're sending them back there as a shelter? It's not going to be good for them. Also, I want to talk about the drugs. The drugs in our shelter, the drugs on our streets is ridiculous. The other day, my dog almost died because my dog ate somebody's drugs, okay? I couldn't take him to the vet to get his stomach pumped because I ain't got over $1,000 to do that. You guys need, after my dog ate somebody's drugs, the next day there was a sack that was dropped right in front of my door. We need to get the drugs off the streets and out of the shelters. Like, it's that serious. Like, I could walk down the street and see people doing drugs. Like, that's not okay. Either get the drugs off the streets or put them in a facility like LA has, where they all do their drugs in a facility to where nobody can see them, less chance of people dying. You know what I mean? Miguel, get the drugs off the streets. I know you can hear me. Anyways, so yeah, back to the Elkhorn Carruthers thing. We need to like seriously think about it, you guys. Like this is serious, bro. Like real serious. We can figure something else out instead of placing them all the way out there where there's nothing, literally nothing but farmland. What are you gonna do? Turn them into farmers and not have them all grow their own food? Like, come on, you guys. I guarantee you Poverella's not gonna keep driving out there. Thank you.
Up next is MW. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I really wish the council members would have extended some gratitude for all the unpaid labor that comes from the form of public outreach from the turnout of last meeting and the meeting today. So much work was put into telling people about the misdemeanors and failures from the HEART team and the Fresno PD, and it went straight over your head. Thanks for that. Voting to move forth with the ordinance without indulging in the popular pleas of rent-controlled housing shows that you have no intention of taking this seriously. There's data that indicates that most common housing problems in Fresno, regardless of tenure type, are unaffordable housing costs. These discussions, the vote, and the move to publicly endorse should not have happened without the housing advocates and the community members that are most vulnerable in the room with you. It's clear that you guys made this decision without them in the room, and they're here now, providing you solutions, giving you data, talking about personal experiences. Nothing? Okay. Your response to 76% of Fresno households with a housing problem that are spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs is increasing FPD's budget of $52 million to sweep people their belongings, issue fines, and incarcerate? You're not even willing to have open conversations about the failures. Why are we talking about this ordinance? You've already voted yes. You vote on prohibition of encampments as accountability to homelessness. Without addressing the root cause is the lack of affordable housing. I don't want to have this conversation about rejecting encampments and increasing budgets. I want to talk about rent control and I want to talk about affordable housing. That's what Fresno needs.
Thank you. Up next is Alicia Simpson Sanchez. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Can I turn these in?
What is it?
It's just a resource card.
Sure.
Thank you. Good morning, City Council. This is like the first time I've ever done anything like this or spoke, but I do feel that the anti-encampment movement will be more harmful for the unhoused community. I work for a program that serves the unhoused community. They link them to services, they provide them support, and they help assist them. I do understand public businesses, open use in public, camping at schools, things like that. I can understand coming and asking them to leave. But criminalizing our homeless who are already at their lowest is not going to be the answer. The answer would be you know, maybe working with services such as the program that I work for, or other programs that have outreach teams that are willing to come out and provide the referrals and link the services and assist them, and then allowing for that time to go through so that they are able to be connected. If that would be the answer, then there would be more support. I think that maybe more teams working together to provide the support that the unhoused community needs would be the answer to public use. You know, we understand people are using in public. If there was support, maybe services that connect them to a treatment program should they need it. A lot of unhoused community members that my team serves don't know that they can go into treatment with Medi-Cal. They don't know that they don't have to have identification to get into treatment. And then a lot of them are not addicts, but just down and out or can't afford to make a difference. So there's other services to be connected to. I just think that if the community would work to connect them before they criminalize them, we might be able to stand a chance to make a big change in Fresno. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Pauline Verdugo. Good morning, Pauline. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Pauline Verdugo.
I'm going to have you speak a little bit closer into the mic, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm 57 years old. I'm in West Care through a housing disability advocacy program. I moved into 3336 East Clinton, 2-bedroom through West Care, the housing disability program. And I did my research to see what was available to me through this program. I have been bullied through this program. My life has been a living hell for the last year. They use their position to intimidate me. I'm not at peace. I'm stressed out because they come and go whenever they want, and they want me to move out without providing me with assistance for permanent housing. When I first moved there was no furniture. I didn't even have the access to the mail key, and I got denied in-home supportive service. And for months and months, I would ask for them and requested. I did request a bed because I need adjustable bed because of my health. I have renal cell carcinoma on my right kidney. I have a failing liver and tumors on my pancreas. And so my body gets with fluid, so I asked for an adjustable bed. Took 4 months. And then they tell me to get verification, which is against, it's unlawful for them to ask me for verification of my disability. And I still haven't got to receive a bed through West Care. I don't know where their money's going to because I've been there for a whole year, and I think that what they bought me was underwears, and they didn't even fit me because I couldn't even pick what underwears I wanted. They picked them for me. And it's just sad the way they have this position that they have, and they're really abusing it. They're not uplifting like their mission says they have uplift their spirits. They're just tearing people down, and I'm just glad that okay. That's it.
You have 1 more minute, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
You have 1 more minute.
Oh, do I? They entered in my room while I was in the hospital and searched my room, and when I was in the hospital, they told me that I couldn't come back to the apartment because they didn't have a safe place for me. Let's see what else. And they're in violation of quite a few codes. They're not in compliance with their HDAD program. And I don't know where this money's going to because when they did get the furniture, it was used furniture from Wings, which I'm not complaining, but they told me to wait month after month for the furniture, like if they were going to buy it because it was at the fiscal year. But when they finally got the furniture, it was used and it was donated from a program called Wings. So what was the procrastination on them getting a chair and a table when they didn't even buy it? And it's just totally wrong what they're doing with this. I don't know where the money. I talked to Laura Moreno, and she told me to go on hospice to get a bed, adjustable bed, because her dad.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Paul Elizondo.
Oh, no. Oh, thank you. I was like, how did I do that?
He did it by accident. Do I get to show my posters or not?
You can hold up your poster.
You gonna put them on the camera?
You can hold up your poster if you'd like. Your
Can't
3
put 'em
minutes
on the
has
camera?
begun.
Peace be with you. The Lord is my strength and my defense. The broken record. That one over there. It says, a broken record. Are you really helping the victims of homelessness, or are you just helping yourselves using the homeless victims to the color of code extortion, the New World Order? The government has given you guys $1 billion, $1 billion, and that caused greed because you don't want to let go of that money. You're making it a loop, a loop. That's why I say this is nothing but a big facade here. You guys strategically and methodically figure out a way to keep that money in your pockets. Make it look like you gave it to the homeless, but you actually keep it in your pocket. I'm a retired federal government investigator, inspection, and I am upset because the same thing every day I come to this meeting, it's the same thing with the people, the same problem, and you guys aren't doing nothing. You guys were bought off by Jerry Dyer when he gave you 72% of your wages. That's why you guys are bought off. It's a skewed agenda. You wear your brand new suits, but you don't do nothing new. You're helping yourselves. You're greedy. You're sick. Just like Jerry Dyer, the liar. Where is he? He's hiding somewhere. The murderer, the child molester, the guy that uses drugs, steroid king, the guy that assaulted me. Where is that coward? I call him a coward because he is. He turned his back on God, and I know that he's a coward. I call him crocodile tears.
Do you wish to speak on an agenda item?
It is an agenda.
Which
He's a leader.
state the agenda item, please.
He's called himself a leader. I know you don't like me. I know you don't. I was here first. I should have been on first. But no.
We have others waiting to speak on agenda items. So we're going to go ahead and move on.
I'm going to file a complaint on you for...
Up next is Zachary Farrell. Anyone wanting to speak under unscheduled communication, that will be next. At this time, I want to respect everyone who is here to speak on an agenda item. Zachary Farrell to speak on item 2Y. Unscheduled communication will be next.
Hello. My name is Zachary Farrell. I live in District 2. A few months ago, the United States Supreme Court waged a war on the idea of cruel and unusual punishment against the homeless, specifically in Grants Pass, Oregon. The ruling was that it was unconstitutional for the homeless to be camping, standing, lying, and sitting in public. Well, this is the fight that we are fighting over today. The question is whether or not we offer help before giving the homeless a misdemeanor for not having a place to stay. It's clear to me that you guys do not want to offer any help at all to the most vulnerable of us. This is a healthcare issue. I just want to remind you guys that the #1 cause of homelessness in the United States is not drug use, but rather medical bankruptcy. The governments all around this country are extremely wasteful with their money, including Fresno. We spend about 40% of our taxes on healthcare. Yet the #1 cause of bankruptcy is excessive medical bills. The way you are treating people, especially the homeless, is cruel and very unusual. It shows a huge lack of empathy. I'm not religious, but for those of you who are, I want to remind you of how Jesus helped those in society who were outcasts. Do you remember the story of the Good Samaritan? Or do you remember the woman at the well? Or do you remember the woman who was caught having an affair? I could go on and on. I hope today and whenever you go about your lives, you show compassion to the least of us. We need it. You need it. Please do the right thing by not passing this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Kaylee Van Schiffel. You can correct me on your name if you'd like. You have 3 minutes.
It's Kylie, and I'm here to speak on the 2Y. I extremely disapprove of this ordinance. No lie, no sit, no sleep, no sitting. Really, in this heat, even as a young person, I cannot stand being out in this heat, and I need to take a break sometimes. Does that make me a criminal? You want to incarcerate our most vulnerable communities. You want to hide them in jails where they're forced to work for cents an hour and expect to thank you for cleaning up our streets. You don't want to help the unhoused. You want to hide them. You want to exploit them. You're slapping a Band-Aid on a severed artery. By passing this ordinance, you're saying that our unhoused communities are disposable and their lives don't matter. This targets our Black and brown communities. This targets our queer communities, the disabled, the elderly. This affects everyone. Stray dogs belong in the street. You allow that, you support that, but our unhoused, they belong in jails. Make that make sense. People want help. People want safety, hygiene, shelter, food, water. They just need the resources provided to them. This ordinance is not the way to go.
Thank you. Up next is Rachel Tuggy. Rachel Tuggy. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members and fellow city residents. I'm also speaking on item 2Y, as the overwhelming majority of people here have been today. I've been horrified.
Okay, thank you.
I've been horrified to see the city's attempt to pass this ordinance change. I'm not alone in this. In the previous city council meeting, there were 4 hours of objection from the public, and that was just from Fresnans who are aware of this effort or had the ability to take time away from their jobs or other responsibilities. I think many people realize that this would be both unjust and ineffective. Encampment sweeps and public space use restrictions are nothing new in California, but homelessness has not been resolved. Instead, it is only increasing. California continues to have the highest rate of homelessness in the nation, and Fresno itself has one of the highest rates in the state. Clearly, criminalization and shuffling people around is not effective. As a quick summary, this ordinance states that no person may sit, lie, sleep, or camp in public at any time, so no sleep and no rest. Violation is a misdemeanor. Upon conviction, this can mean imprisonment of up to 1 year and or fines of up to $1,000 per violation. Additionally, the time of storing personal items taken at the time of confrontation has been reduced to 60 days. This ordinance would resolve absolutely nothing about our current housing crisis, creating a vicious and ineffective cycle with either punishment. A jail sentence will further impact someone's ability to find employment and housing on multiple levels. A fine will only add to financial burden, making stable housing that much further away. Additionally, ongoing confiscation and destruction of personal items will disrupt and delay unhoused people's efforts to work on their situation. We need to actually address this in an effective and just manner. Also, in my e-comment, I focused on why this is a violation of the 8th Amendment in 2 ways. This would be cruel and unusual punishment, and these would be excessive fines. Everyone needs sleep, and in lieu of enough shelter beds, which are in short supply, what are the options? This will create an endless cycle of punishment for an unavoidable need. Additionally, excessive fines applies, regardless of how you interpret it, as the fine is neither justified nor within an unhoused person's ability to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Giannis Palos.
Good morning, council members. I know, see how I'm deteriorating? My name is Jonas Paulos. I advocate for the unhoused veterans throughout the United States. Straight grassroots, homegrown right here. I was one of those, okay? Ill, concussion, doctor blinds my eye, battling, and actually I got beat up on the streets, and I was living with my parents. They didn't know what to do with me. They don't have anything for us athletes. So I assimilate to these veterans with my traumatic brain injury, and I was shot on the streets of Fresno also. See, I'm disclosing everything to you. Police, I hope they have training now. Back then they didn't, and I still train them for autistic, people that are deaf. They can't hear you when you tell them to put your hands up. And this ordinance, please, I'm sure you heard, I know you guys love veterans. Okay, today's my birthday. My wife did not want me to come here because I scream at night. We're losing veterans. It's a shame. You know what I mean? They come home to nothing. And I hope you guys take this. You know, you heard of 22 a day, right? We lose a veteran every hour. And I'm trying to save them. I fell off in 112 and I have a home. That's how brutal this heat is. And I was a professional athlete. And I'm deteriorating because I love these people. And I'm going to fight for them till the day I go. Because you know what? 11 years without the government, I have succeeded. I can get them into a place, even a private place. So please, let's work together. We've succeeded before. And have a heart, because I cannot believe it. A veteran getting $1,000 after serving the nation? That's not going to work out well. They are an angry bunch. Thank you for your time.
Up next is TJ Shelton. Is TJ here? Hi, TJ, you have 3 minutes.
I hope that some of you really understood what Des did in her demonstration. Some of us heard names, voices, right? They heard the names of people while those sounds were clinking and dropping. You guys sit in a high place handing out extra handcuffs so you can use the change the chains 13th to lock up people, when literally, as the lady said earlier, the policies of this organization and not having the fortitude to defy Caltrans or the state with regards to people camping under overpasses when they use an excuse that it's threatening the structure to sweep them from there. People are seeking shade. You created the problem that moved them out into the private areas. You created the problem by not allowing them to congregate where they wanted to congregate in shady places. You look for excuse to move people around and create situations, and now you want to empower your officers to be able to accost people, and it's really disgusting. It's a shame. And you don't listen. I've been here before. I've talked here before. It's been a while. I don't think I've been here since you were here there, Annalise. I think last time I saw you was at a listening session at a home over in your district. Thing is criminalizing living beings because they don't have your level of affluence and capabilities is not beneficial. There's no reasoning to so vaguely give your officers extra latitude. They don't need it. If they were really breaking a law, committing a crime, doing something to harm somebody, impeding traffic, any such thing, you already have the ability to cause them to move. The money that you've spent on the heart sweeps, you guys caused that problem. That whole budgetary surplus could have been sitting there to do something different. The $100,000, $80-something thousand per hotel room to make them individually metered. You guys changed the electrical services in these hotel rooms to make them individually metered. What for? You have intentions of renting them out in the future and want to be able to pass that money along to the tenant? I'm not sure, but it sure isn't the move of somebody who's trying to economically help in the situation. We live in a nation where this oligarchy still owns half of the 9 western states. Like the other lady said, we have land, we have available land. We could much more economically help people to be able to live and exist in ways where they don't have to check into your rat race, because not everybody wants to.
Thank you. Up next is John Brown. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
I thank you kindly, Fresno City Council. I beg the pardon of the civil Yokuts tribes who rightfully own this land, and God bless the transgender veterans. I am John Brown of the Free Press community, John Brown's Body Cam. I am a passionate abolitionist and believe all modern forms of slavery are an utter violation to God and to the Declaration of Independence, be they slavery of color, gender, sexuality, or class. In the last 6 months, my press colleagues and I have had the privilege to speak with numerous unhoused American citizens in the Fresno metro area. I would ask that Mr. Arias add 6 journalists to the growing list of the only individuals who have done more outreach than little old him. I would ask a question of this council y'all have been asked before. Do y'all support law and order? I ask this because 2 Mondays ago, this council described a wild, apocalyptic wasteland within the city limits. Is there a law for defecating on the street? Is there a law for littering, illegal drugs, vandalism, fires, breaking windows? If there ain't laws for these things, y'all better do y'all job and make laws for those illicit activities. But that ain't none of what this ordinance describes now, is it? It's about sleeping, sitting, lying down, and camping. Now, why is that? Y'all don't seem able to describe what's so scary about those things. Y'all are sitting right now. Y'all don't seem too scary. So what is it? Y'all say this law will only be used against the most egregious, evil homeless. Y'all don't get to make that call. Our Constitution gives equal protection of the law if y'all read it. I ask again, do y'all support law and order? The freedom of movement doctrine is well established by the United States Supreme Court. This beautiful country gives the right to travel and assemble throughout the state. My understanding is none of y'all are slave owners. Y'all have a habit of losing taxpayer money with rash decisions, from the Measure P case to the hacker ransom to, well, we'll not say too much about Bitwise. Your voters may question if losing money is just the cost of y'all's business. There have been times in this beautiful country when hateful folks said hateful things like, oh, you're free now, boy? Well, we'll purchase a nice prison in Carruthers. We'll take care of that. You better move along now, boy. It's sundown. We can take care of that. Hateful folk who talk like that and hateful council members who legislate like that need to be reminded y'all lost the Civil War and you lost the Civil Rights War. I would encourage this council to correct the failure to its unconstitutional activity and to obey the law. Thank y'all for your time. God bless the Union. God damn the Confederacy, and God bless the trans vets of the United States of America.
Up next is John McCubbin. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. 3 minutes is certainly not enough time to solve the complex multi-causal factor of homelessness. So I don't want to talk about that. I think it falsely frames the issue. But do you really want to criminalize some of the successes of Trolley Park? Because you're literally making that a misdemeanor for a kid to be sleeping on a sidewalk in a stroller, or a kid that's tired of playing in Trolley Park going to sleep in the shade. So this seems to be overbroad, but rather than getting into that, I would prefer to see the police resources that are guided into this being used to increase traffic safety in Fresno. Walking over here down Mariposa Mall, there were 6 motorcycle units here, seemingly protecting from free speech. I'd like to see those guys out on the street, because to me, the danger that I face on a daily basis is the bad driving practices here in Fresno and the lack of enforcement in that. Thank you. Oh, I'd request that you pull this. I think it's a bad but number Y2 needs improvement.
Thank you. Up next is Brighton Tompkins.
Hello. I don't think I can say good morning anymore because it's almost the afternoon, but I was going to say, I haven't seen you in a really long time, Andrew Jans, but we met before in Sanger. but you were one of the first people that I voted for, actually. So it's really cool to see you again. I remember one of the discussions that we had was on the subject of housing, and specifically, it's an issue that's been important to me for a very long time. And when it comes to the homeless, I think that both the Fresno Housing Authority and the Madera Fresno Continuum of Care all suggest using a housing first model as opposed to many of the transitional housing models that we see with the current shelters. There is actually one housing first model Turning Point shelter. It is very small though, and I think it only has a capacity of about 12. I think that one of the issues that we see with finding these more ideal housing situations is it is really difficult to fund. Like Housing First, I believe you have to operate at a loss. And that requires more tax dollars, and transitional housing models are more affordable and you can have more of them, which means you can have more shelters. And it's a very complicated issue, and I don't want to pretend I don't understand that. I think that there are a lot of competing needs from both the people who have businesses and who don't have businesses, and that of the unhoused community. I do think that in general, I try to assume best intentions from everyone, and I don't think that anyone is specifically looking to make anyone's life like horrible, right? And so my hope is that, I don't know, I think when I am done leaving this city council meeting, I would like to reach out to all of the council members to have discussions with them to better understand their perspective, because I think I don't want to just assume that everyone is trying to out to get everyone. Hopefully that's not the world we live in, right? At least that's the hope. Anyway, that's all for me.
Thank you. Up next is Sarah A. Sarah A.
Mr. Bredefeld, I would like to address this to you because I feel like you are the individual that needs to hear this the most. There was an article that I read. I'm going to get closer so I can read this. I'm not from Fresno, and when I moved to Fresno 3 years ago, I was told north of Shaw is great. South of Shaw, watch out. I did not understand what that meant. I'm a runner. I go to the parks locally here in Fresno, and they're right. South of Shaw, it's nothing but unfortunate individuals that I come across that, no, they're not druggies. They're individuals that are just stuck in a broken system. I sit there and I talk to them. I'm not intimidated by any of them because they actually have more heart than you. But here's my concern. When you sit down and you speak to these people and you talk to them, and one person tells me, my house was on a fire and now I lost my paperwork, and it's all just technical things with paperwork. I don't have an address. I don't have a P.O. box. How does that individual get their person or themselves out of that situation? I have seen so many people struggle with mental health. You can't control that. That's something from God. When someone is struggling with mental health issues such as schizophrenia, what do? Aren't you supposed to provide them with help? Don't you think our city would look better if you put up a model that was a model for other cities? A title read, we all know who Joe Rogan is. Mayor fires back after Joe Rogan calls Fresno's homeless situation depressing. Well, this is what Joe Rogan doesn't know. Fresno's homeless situation is depressing because you refuse to listen to them, even when they come in here with their children. even people that are not homeless like myself, come in here and try to advocate for them. Don't you roll your eyes at me. Can you listen instead of acting like a little child and rolling your eyes and walking out whenever somebody tries to talk to you? I know it's hard, but listen, okay? It's really simple. You have the money. You're not giving it to the homeless like you should. You're giving it to your friends on the north side of Shaw to keep their neighborhoods nice and clean, while people over here can be housed. How much does it cost the city to go ahead and imprison them for a year? How much would that cost the city? How much would it cost the city to give somebody housing for a year? والله يا مخنوث بن المخنوث لا أنت تسمع الكلام يا بزن وبن الزن وأنك بتسمع or oh I'm sorry that's Arabic I must be a terrorist let me speak in English you coward listen to your people instead of your damn dickhead.
Up next is Katie Myers. Good morning, Katie. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I was here for the first time in June, or excuse me, July 29th, and I listened to community members speak in opposition of this proposed ordinance change for hours. I also spoke for the first time in this place, and I asked you guys about evidence-based practice because that's something I work in the medical field. I've worked in Fresno for 16 years. I'm a full-time employee. I took PTO off, paid time off to be here on July 29th, and I've done the same today. And that's a privilege that I have that I can do that. I'm also sacrificing my PTO to be here. So it's not because I'm don't have a job and I just have nothing else to do. I'm here because I care about this community and the population that lives here. And I just have to say, it was really, I listened the whole time, and then I listened to this council vote 7-0 in favor of the ordinance change. And I can only take from that the voices of your constituents don't matter to you. And I will let you know, we are drafting notices of intent for recall for council members that vote yes on this ordinance. Your title does not make you a leader. Your integrity, your example, your empathy, your behavior, and your actions do make you a leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Quentin.
Yes, Quentin Price, District 7. I'm here, obviously, with everyone else here. Have y'all been listening? Serious question for every one of you to answer. Have y'all been listening, and what have you heard? Anything? Can you answer at this point? Is that allowed within these chambers? What have you heard so far from your constituents about all the ordinances today? Anything? It's pretty obvious what these people want. What everyone in this city wants, besides maybe a few developers and a few business owners that maybe came to you in a back room and told you what they want. You have anything to say for yourselves? Are you going to vote yes on this? That's a good question. You are? Yes, obviously. Anyone else? The people that consider themselves Democrats or whatever, it doesn't matter, obviously, because at the end of the day, if you represent your constituents, you would listen to them. If you represent the people that are most in need of support, you would support them. The people that I work with at a school are sometimes disabled. They sit down constantly because they're in a wheelchair. Are they now a criminal for existing? How about the students that are disabled because they're mentally unwell enough to not be able to receive help from others? Do they also deserve to be criminalized? Are you listening? We will recall every one of you, except Gary, because you're terming out, obviously. You're becoming a council member at the county, right? We'll recall you there. Don't worry. and your psychiatry degree, psychology degree, regardless, you are not fit to practice because obviously you don't support the people that need mental health services. You're actively working against them. Anything else to say about yourselves?
I'm going to ask the audience to refrain from speaking out of turn. Thank you.
They can speak. They speak for me. Y'all don't speak for me. And the people that aren't here now, Nelson, Miguel Arias, where did he go? Where's our mayor? Yeah, he's going to be recalled also. Yeah.
That concludes comments from the council chambers. We're now going to move on to Zoom. City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak on an agenda item?
Yes, we have Eric Christian.
Good morning, Eric. Please identify the agenda item you'd like to speak on, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's item 2G, thank you. My name is Eric Christian. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment in Construction, an organization that was formed by union and non-union construction firms 25 years ago today to oppose discriminatory and wasteful project labor agreements, like the one this city decided in its infinite wisdom, the City Council, to impose upon the taxpayers, the workforce, and the contractors in the city a few years ago. We predicted at the time what this discriminatory agreement that's nothing but a sop to big labor special interests would get you, and today you have something before you that perfectly illustrates what that is. Again, PLAs force the 85% of the construction workforce that's union-free. I know the majority of the City Council hates to hear this, but the reality is that 85% of the national and California workforce in construction chooses to wake up on a daily basis and work in a union-free environment. Nothing you do is going to change that. Project labor agreements, your other SOPs to big labor special interests, nothing's been changing it for 25 years. In fact, the number has increased in the union-free construction workforce. Your PLA forces non-union workers to pay into health, welfare, and pension plans of the unions that they'll never vest in. That's wage theft. It limits the non-union construction companies to a few of their own workers to be able to work at all. And you explicitly discriminate against the state-certified non-union apprenticeship programs, where young men and women are trying to get a start on a wonderful career that you just told right out of the bat they're not welcome on your projects. Well, we've seen what happens now with Garage 9 renovation, item 2G, that was engineer's estimate of $2.5 million, but came in at $6 million from one bidder from Santa Clarita. For those of you that aren't aware, that's in Los Angeles. That's 139% over the engineer's estimate. That's what project labor agreements get you. Your own staff says in their own language why you're not getting local contractors, because they happen to be mostly non-union. They're not going to bid your discriminatory PLA covered work. So you have an opportunity today to do what other cities like the city of Watsonville just did, because they're so sick and tired of the results of their PLAs, and put projects out to bid without a PLA that have come back with results such as these. You could do the same, because if you just put it out to bid with the PLA, you're going to continue to get the same results. So this is what bigotry, exclusion, and discriminating against the 85% of the construction workforce that chooses to be union-free gets you. And it's going to continue to get you, and we will continue to expose it and enlighten the citizens of your city what this city council has wrought them with this idiotic project labor agreement that you've placed on city work. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ariana Castellanos.
Hi, Council. I'm here to address item 2Y and ask for this ordinance to be vetoed. My name is Ariana, and my mom and cousins are homeowners here in districts 1, 2, 5, and 6. My mom rents our old house out for affordable prices because this market is insane. We are increasingly frustrated that myself, my family, and other community members are doing the bulk of the work to address the need that you all continue to ignore. I helped take care of my grandma with dementia, and she almost lost her housing in Fresno due to forgetting to pay rent until we stepped in. I'm calling in from her house right now, and it's the reason, partly, that I can't be there in person. My grandma owned a storefront across the street from Castillo's when I was growing up, so I'm surprised to hear you all boast to care about taxpayers when you waived millions in developer fees for Amazon, Ulta, and Taco Bell. In fact, small businesses in Southeast Fresno did not benefit from the $10 million fee waivers for $10 million of fee waivers for developers that you have issued in the last decade. You mentioned actions in the last meeting taken for housing, so let's break down the numbers. The progress report for the Housing Element Implementation Plan shows 12,000 units remaining to be built, and 9,000 of those are for low, very low, and extremely low income housing. Specifically from 2015 to 2023, for above moderate income, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, with 11,000 and 14,000 units were reported built. That's 3,000 more than needed. For moderate income, the RHNA was 3,500, 1,000 units have been reported built, and 2,000 units remaining to be built. For low income, the RHNA was 3,200, 496 units have been reportedly built, with 2,790 units remaining to be built. For very low income, the RHNA was 5,600 units, with 1,160 units reported and 4,500 units remaining to be built. For extremely low income, the RHNA was 2,830 units. So far, only 189 units have been reported, with 2,644 units remaining to be built. Over the span of 8 years, these numbers are interesting because it's obvious that extremely low income allocations don't seem to be a priority over the above moderate income RHNA. When ironically enough, the upcoming 2025 budget includes a sister city allocation of $85,000. This is the program on which you all, City Council, plus some city staff, took a $50,000 trip to Germany in August, supposedly to find ways to address housing, and a $29,000 trip to Vienna, France the year before, that money also coming from taxpayers. Good urban planning recognizes when a solution that has been implemented is not working. It's clear the HEART team and this proposed ordinance are not in line with the demands of the community based on the feedback you have been given. Research shows it costs taxpayers $31,000 a year to criminalize a single person experiencing homelessness, while the yearly cost for providing supportive housing is $10,000. If there are 4,000 unhoused folks, it would cost $120 million a year to jail them, while it would only cost $40 million a year on average for Housing First model. That's a third of the price. Mayor Dyer said the budget is facing a $47 million deficit, and he asked each city department to cut 3% of their budget, except police.
Next, we have Tracy Robertson.
Okay, good afternoon, City Council, and I thank you, Councilman Arias. I know you're on Zoom, so everybody that wants to know where he is, he's on Zoom. And I thank him because if he wasn't on Zoom, I wouldn't be able to be on Zoom because they have just voted to cut out Zoom. So thank you. I just want to throw out some words. There are apartments in Fresno. There are available apartments in Fresno. I have been around, I am on waiting lists, and there are certain apartment complexes that don't want to house certain segments of the population, and they use certain tactics, redlining tactics and other illegal tactics to keep people out. The issue of income has come up when I have applied for apartments, and where I come from, there are apartments available for any income that you, income level that you are on, whether it's zero income or whether it's a luxury income. There is housing, and the same is going on here. There is housing. City Council, you guys need to get together with all the factions in this town and cut this mess out. The governor has threatened to pull funding to all the cities who are not housing people. You have this 2Y thing, which is insane, and it is criminalizing people. It's targeting populations. I have some relatives that have been targeted, that have mental health issues, and they're not being afforded in the proper way mental health services, and they are not being housed. Yet the money seems to be coming in and going to the same groups of people, and I can't complain too much because I live in one of these shelters and they may put me out for speaking up, but I'm going to do it anyway. But the money seems to be going to the same people every time, the same 3 groups every single time, and it is just a revolving door. So there are gatekeepers there are case managers that don't case manage, There are people losing apartments. Like that lady said, she's being bullied, and when she returned from the hospital, her room was ransacked. I happen to know some veterans who were thrown out of transitional housing because they had a heart attack, had to stay in the hospital at least 2 months. When they came back, people had broken in and ransacked his unit, and then he was thrown out for being untidy, and it wasn't his fault. He also lost some of his veterans' monthly income because they raided his account, and he couldn't account for the funds, even though he provided proof that he was in the hospital. They said he was liable for the funds, and so he lost 2 months of income and was out on the street living in his car. Anyway.
Next we have Shar Thompson.
Hi, good morning. I want to apologize to the ASL interpreter for my fast speech in advance. I'm Shar Thompson, the Central Valley Regional Coordinator with Tenants Together. I'm a mother that looks to a bright future built on collective decisions made for the city, and now a transitioning constituent member of District 3 to District 1. I'm here to stand here today with the other advocates and constituents that are here in opposition of the Sit, Lie, Sleep ordinance. I believe that if you came up with functioning and proper programs to handle homelessness and housing issues, it would work. As a single mother, what would I have done if this was implemented when I was homeless? The same as other people. Live where you can without being criminalized for living in the society that we are forced to, where you are shamed or spoken about saying that you're probably mentally ill or on drugs. I was completely sober and pregnant while I was on the streets. We have given you the power to make the city run, and it's not running, just like math ain't mathing. Because you are worried about who will look down on you during your next campaign. Look at the stats. The city has more tenants than landowners, and it's time for the people to turn and live. With that said, I'm unsure why there are so many Section 8 tenants that are being evicted when they are in fact covered by the Tenant Protection Act. Why there are so many displaced tenants when we have an anti-displacement assistance program. The programs are not working properly, and they are not preventing the displacement of folks after fires or uninhabitable homes fill the tenants. Yet the unit is to be rented again with just a slap of paint on the walls. I have reached out 3 times to get a meeting with the city manager about these issues, especially after the private meeting that Tenants Together had with our contracted lawyers from Immersion and Schenker that represent our people through the eviction protection program when we noticed evictions upticked on our statewide hotline in Fresno and placed pressure on the women from this firm to do the right thing, which saved a single mother of 5 from displacement. If there is ever a need to keep people housed, it's now. Start with implementing tenant protections and setting aside more funding to community land trusts, nonprofits, or we the people will ensure that it is on the ballots to vote on by the people. Take the Newsom advice and build for medium, low income, and extremely low income, and implement some true wraparound services with people that truly know how to work with the vulnerable population. I seriously caution that before you improperly add another ordinance, that you truly look at the causes and effects of how it will manage with the rest of your programs that continue to manufacture homelessness. Like Miguel said, the city of Fresno is in business of homelessness, and at his and Luis's town hall with SEIU. So I understand why this is being pushed. Vote no on this ordinance for now. Work with the community to ensure that the programs are implemented properly. Families with children should be housed with the stipulated time of this, if this ordinance is passed, and not torn apart. Children shouldn't have to feel poverty. And if we have a great city and 60% of our district children are homeless, so just remember that stat. We are, and if we can, we would work together as one Fresno. Thank you for your time.
Next is Lisa Flores.
Good morning. First off, I want to talk about 2G. You guys remember that you guys were all elected with Labor's help, so I anticipate that you will vote for your constituents in Labor. 2Y, really? It's a sad day in Fresno, and I know St. Francis of Assisi is weeping because you guys don't know how to take care of dogs, and you definitely don't know how to take care of humans. Now, on 2Y, you have an issue with an equal application of the law. So think about this. Miss Little Queen of the Dog Park, you know me, goes into Roding Park, into Puppy Love Park, and wear the clothes I typically wear, which I pretty much look like I'm homeless. I go sit at the picnic table and I fall asleep just because it's beautiful fall day, and now I get a ticket. Think about that, guys. Equal application of the law. And also, too, you're going to have to change every single municipal code in the city regarding what happens on the at the park when people are sitting during the week, when they don't rent the space, or all the kids that go to Chaffee Zoo and sit and have their lunch. Are they all going to be fined? Are these school districts going to be fined? You know, they're transient population. They come in for a little while, they use up your resources at the park, and they leave. So are you going to fine all those kids? And 2Z, I called Gary's office and I called Nelson's office the other day when I got my large print agenda item, but I did not get the language of this, to ask for information of what that says. And it was sent to me electronically. Thank you, but I can't read it. And nobody called me back. So, you know, Gary, when I call your office for some information, I actually really would like information instead of avoidance. It's not a good look for you, being the man of the people, and especially since you might be my future supervisor. Yes, that's right. I moved into that district. You know, Mike Karboski's district. Anyhow, you guys, the bottom line is you had $400 million to use on the issue of homelessness. And what did you do with that money? There are no policies and procedures that I can find, because I've been asking for them for years now in regards to the process and the procedure. And stuff could have been worked out where you would not have this problem anymore, or you would have it so lessened you wouldn't need a municipal code. So think about this. Think about, you know, your failure in this system as well. Because right now, I just see lawsuits.
Next is Alexandria Alvarado.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Alvarado. I am a community organizer with Faith in the Valley here in Fresno. We strongly oppose the sit, lie, sleep ordinance to why. To council, it is extremely disheartening to see the unanimous vote. And to community that's listening, to community that has been making comment for weeks and talking to your neighbors and friends, thank you for your amazing and strong and inspiring stories. This experience of making a 2 to 3 minute comment to council is disrespectful, demeaning, insensitive, and extremely harmful. To community listening, let this experience and final vote move you to care and support. Let this experience move you to lean into community. We can make the change on our own, and we can do this together. If you saw someone comment on something that you care deeply about, go and introduce yourself. We have to do this together. Together, we can make change. Together, this can be possible. And just wanted to send love to everyone listening and everyone in that council today. You are important, and you are cared about, and I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Next is James Rutledge.
Good morning. My name is James Rutledge, and I agree with most of everything that has been said, pretty much, that has been brought, so I don't really have anything new to say. The only thing I really want to ask for is if we could just take more time and consideration in what we're doing with this. I personally was somebody who helped Greg Barfield hand out the vouchers when we were doing that back in Mayor Sweareng's days, and I noticed personally that there is a huge gap in understanding of what the problems and the issues are out there between the people that are out there and the people that make these rules. If you guys could just take time before actually finalizing anything to make sure that we're getting an end result that we want, that's all that I'm asking. Thank you.
Next up is Keith Scott.
Keith, can you hear us?
Keith, please unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Keith. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Hey, this is Keith Scott from Gracebound, and I'm talking about the ordinance. I believe that if it's possible to maybe allow an adjustment to the ordinance, to maybe give some time, as the previous person said, maybe some time for, let's say, the FMCOC to work with you to maybe have a 2-stage or a 3-stage plan whereby you give the opportunity for us to work with those who want help to assist them. And then after that time period is passed, then you go into the next stage, which would be taking them off the streets and doing what you need to do with them. But those who need help, we can work together to help them out. Maybe a certain time period to do that. That would be my thought, as been heard by many here, and have been said by a lot of people here, that we need some more time to implement this change. Thank you.
There are no more speakers online.
All right, so that will conclude the public comment portion for this item. I just want to state something real quick. It appears 2Y is really broad in nature. I do agree with the community in that, and that's resulted in a lot of confusion. Much of what was stated today in the audience was inaccurate, but I understand because the language was vague, very confusing. And I think it sends the wrong message to the community as to what our actual intent is for this item. And I don't want that to dilute the good work that we have done here in the city for the unhoused community. I believe the intent was missed. And while I personally would like more time to work with my colleagues to better define the ordinance and to make it clear as to what exactly we are trying to achieve, I believe that the council as a whole is ready to vote on this today. And so with that being said, I am going to register. Sarah, you're being disruptive, please. This is the council's time. Sarah, that was your one and only warning, Sarah. Officers, please remove this individual from the council chambers. She is being disruptive, she's being disrespectful, and she is speaking out of turn. Please remove her from the chambers. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I do want to respect those that are, I do want to thank everyone that is being respectful. We gave you guys your chance to speak, and now it's our turn. Due to the vagueness of the ordinance, while I can respect the spirit of what my colleagues and I are trying to achieve, I think it leaves a lot of room for interpretation that may not be the intent, at least for me, for this item. And so I will be voting no on 2Y today. I will be watching this item closely if it is passed today to see how it is implemented in our city. And my commitment to my colleagues and to the community is that we will bring back amendments if needed to better serve this community. So with that being said, I will be casting a no vote for 2Y today. Council, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
I'll second. Somebody.
Was that Esparza?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I'll second.
So I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. That motion was made by Councilmember Arias, and that was seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld. City Clerk, can you please do a roll call vote?
This is to approve the consent calendar. Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez, absent at the moment. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Carbasi.
Yes.
And Council President Perea.
Yes.
All right, 6-0.
All right, we're going to move on to contested consent. We only have one item that was pulled for discussion, and that was 2S. This is a bill for introduction, repealing Section 10-812 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to the conditions on police response to public safety alarm systems. This was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Hi.
Good morning, Chief.
Hi, Chief. I just was a little confused by the item. I just was wondering if you could explain the purpose of it, and that's the whole thing, why I pulled it. I don't think it's on.
Okay. Fresno Municipal Code for years, and we think back to the 80s, prescribed that if after 3 false alarms, we would no longer respond. And that's not in line with our policy or public safety, because obviously the 4th false alarm could be not a false alarm. The 4th alarm could be legitimate, and obviously for public safety, we feel we need to respond. So to bring the municipal code into compliance with our policy and obviously conventional thinking that it's best for public safety, we're asking that the municipal code be modified.
Okay. I'm ready to move forward. I think, Councilmember Carbasi, did you have any questions? Oh,
Up first,
I'm
I have
sorry.
Councilmember Esparza.
Yes,
Can I make a motion to approve?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Yeah, Chief, so how does this, in terms of reading through the item, so we'll be lifting sort of the cap so that there is, it's consistent with our current policy, current practice of we're going to continue to respond. But in terms of the charge to residents, how is that changing?
That is not. It's currently $155 for a false alarm. I believe that's on the master fee schedule, and that's just cost recovery. So every fiscal year, a person gets one free pass, essentially one false alarm without being charged. Then subsequent to that, they are charged the $155, and again, only cost recovery for the officer's response, and then our processing fees and billing.
Okay, because I thought the section that we're repealing, if I'm reading this correctly, it prohibited subscribers from being charged after the 3 false alarms. Is that correct? Or
No,
is that correct?
it allows us to start charging beyond 3.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah, I agree. I read the staff report the same way. It sounded like after 3, they're not charged anymore. So,
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Chief, I'm actually going to request my colleagues postpone this item. I disagree with the current policy. I think that to charge someone, especially small businesses now, what they're facing, maybe, and I understand we have to be really respectful and understanding of our staff time, but at the same time, accidents happen, and $155 is kind of a lot. So maybe we change the duration. Instead of every year, it's every 6 months where the second alarm trips gets an automatic charge. I'd like to have a little more discretion on that, and I'd like to come back and work with you in the meantime and see
Certainly.
if we can maybe revise the policy before we approve this.
We can discuss that.
I'll rescind the motion then.
Okay, thank you.
Does this apply equally to residential and commercial?
Correct.
At this time, yeah.
And burglary, panic alarms, all those different types.
Sure.
Yep. So my office will reach out. We'll set up a meeting with you or your designee, and hopefully before the next meeting, we'll figure this out.
Copy that. Thank you. All right. Thank you all.
Did you want to make a motion?
Council President, I do have one question.
Councilmember Arias, you have the floor.
Thank you. As I read the item, and I agree with the council to postpone action on this, but as I read the item, it seemed to me that a police practice is not in alignment with current municipal code. And I'm trying to understand how that would occur, that the police department is taking action that's different from what's in the municipal code. And what other items are similar to this nature where the police department is acting outside of the municipal code that's adopted?
Yeah, I don't have a historical answer for you. I just know that it was recognized recently that there was a disparity in the two. And I think in the public's best interest, we probably all agree in this room that we shouldn't stop responding after 3 alarms.
So can we do an assessment to see what other police policies are not in alignment with what's adopted by the city as being the law of the land?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to postpone this to the next meeting.
I have a motion by Council Vice President to postpone this item to the next meeting, and a second by Councilmember Bredefeld. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Postponing to the next meeting to us, Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez, absent. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Carbasi.
Yes.
And Council President Perea.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, Chief. We're going to break for lunch and come back at 1:30. We will pick up with unscheduled communication and then closed session items. Thank you. time is 1:41 p.m.
उससे हम मीटिंग दोबारा स्टार्ट करेंगे. टाइम 1:41 PM हो चुका है.
We left off with unscheduled communication. If there is any member in the chamber who would like to speak during unscheduled communication, please come up at this time. See none. City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak?
Yes, we have Tracy Robertson.
Hi, Tracy, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I got my full 3 minutes last time, but I wanted to just continue on what I was saying. Part of this problem is that people don't understand is that there's city planning going on, and in order for the city planning to go forward, because I know this is the mayor's second term, and he wants to finish things that he started in his first term, which is normal these days for people to serve more than one term. Certain things have to happen. Now, y'all have a railroad system, a new railroad system of transportation coming through here. So it is going to cut through certain neighborhoods. And to me, it is the city planning that is saying that they don't want certain, I don't know how to put it delicately, but they need to shift people around the project. When the train comes through, there are going to be stations involved, stations placed here and there. And I guess the makeup or the population or the geographical or demographics will probably change in those areas. And one of those areas is down there by the Poverello, where the mission is, downtown, and wherever that track is leading to through town. So I'm guessing that part of what's going on is because of the railroad coming through. And people should understand that and get together and try to acquiesce around how they can get around all these targeted issues like criminalizing homelessness as part of that whole city planning thing, and that it's not, they can do something else. They don't have to do what they're doing. The money can be disseminated differently. Also, I would want to question evaluations. Where are the assessments after the money is given out to these groups? Usually I'm familiar with grants because I had an organization of my own, and at the end of every year, before I could be awarded any other funding, I had to go through an assessment process of, did the project meet its goals? Was the money used the way it most effectively can be used? Was it cost effective? And my application and my assessment had to go through a board of people, of investors, before I would be awarded another year of grant funding. So I'm wondering I have never heard of that here. I don't know if that process is in place. And I know that I've heard somebody talk about that earlier today. I mean, there are a lot of things going on. It's just too much to go through. And I don't think it's a one-stop shop for all this. I think people need to sit down with the city council, being that you are elected by constituents, and everybody needs to come to a consensus about what they're going to do about this town becoming a metropolis. Okay, again, I'm not for this.
Next we have Brandy in.
Thank you. I was hoping that I would, as I didn't have time earlier, I did want to voice, and this is not on regarding the other thing, but just something that I experienced that I want to share with the council, as far as, the things you hear when you get to be among those who are struggling to get housing. And I would talk to two women who wanted to be here today, but things happen. I have one person who wanted to be there, and she woke up sick. But these women told me about how in one of the people in their encampment, not too long ago, a couple weeks ago, there was a fire in a field adjacent to them. They were not at that field. They said that it was probably someone who flicked a cigarette or something, or somehow or another set a fire. And they told about how the people in their camp rushed to put out the fire and risk, their own health and life to put out the fire. to protect the house that was next to it. And unfortunately, I think they believed that people blamed them, that when news or anyone else came out, they assumed that they were the ones who started it, but they were not. They actually were the ones that jumped in to try to help their neighbor. And I hope that stories that you keep in mind and listen. One of them as well told me about how she was going to be willing to make the hard choice to give up her dog so she can get into a shelter where they wouldn't be able to take it. And then she wasn't allowed anyways because she was told by Hart that they couldn't. It would be that would be considered surrender, and she would have to pay money to the animal to be able to take her animal, even though she was doing things. So people are making efforts that you can't even imagine that I'm learning about. And I do want to ask some demands as far as things that we need. We demand that the city, the council do work with community members, including our unhoused, to come up with solutions, community-based solutions, that emergency funds go to every person who is displaced would get a motel voucher, that families and children be sheltered within 2 hours of displacement in a long-term shelter, and that you consider other needs and other ways that would create a sustainable solution, especially as we are facing less funding coming to the city for homeless services that were previously provided by the federal and state government. That we work to get that you listen and work with our unhoused community to come up with sustainable solutions. Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon, all. First off, I want to say, ask, do you have a quorum? Because when you guys turned off the Zoom, I only saw 3 people, and I believe you need 4 to conduct city business. And I don't see Miguel on Zoom, so do you have 4 people? That's my first question.
Miguel is on Zoom.
Okay, great. Then the second question I have, what is the long-term plan that the city has to deal with the homeless? What is your plan, guys? You're doing some really regressive legal stuff that you know that you're going to most likely get legally challenged. And then I hear that this place in Carruthers, you're looking at buying and to house the homeless. That's 15 miles away. It's a bad investment because you do not have the transit or the infrastructure available. So you're basically creating, believe it or not, a concentration camp for the homeless. Now, or better yet, the American word for a concentration camp is an internment camp. Are we literally going back to World War II? Seriously, are we going to do I believe it was 1966 again? Anyway, I would like to see you guys come up with an organized plan and present it to the community of what you're going to do and get feedback from those who are in the middle of homelessness, as well as correct your systems, because your systems are failing left and right. You know, you can say, well, we're going to send you off to this Proverello, and they'll give you information, but if there's not a bed and if there's not actual resources, what does that really do? I mean, it's time to actually solve the issue and solve the problem instead of throwing good money after bad money to get the same result, which is basically a lawsuit. And with that, I thank you for your time.
There are no more speakers online.
Okay, was there anyone else in the chamber that wanted to provide public comment? Seeing none, we are going to adjourn open session and go into closed session. City Attorney, will you please read the closed session roster?
Yes, Council President. Item A, conference with labor negotiators, all represented units listed on the agenda. Item B, conference with legal counsel, public security, discuss security at City Hall. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Joanna Condi and others versus City of Fresno. Item D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, United Financial Casualty Company versus Carr versus City of Fresno. Item E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, ACLU versus City of Fresno. Item F, conference with legal counsel, deciding whether to initiate litigation, one potential case. Item G, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, City of Fresno versus Jaime Rivera. Item H, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, City of Fresno versus Arthur Richard Carlson and Kochar Vardanian. Item I, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, City of Fresno versus Machino and MGE Brothers LLC. Item J, public employee performance evaluation, city attorney. Item K, public employee performance evaluation, city clerk. Item L, conference with real property negotiators, property at 500 Elkhorn Avenue, Carruthers, California. Good afternoon. There is one item to report out from closed section. What's the item? What was the item number? 5F. The item number was 5F, and there direction was given by council to initiate litigation on a 6-0 vote with council member Chavez absent, and the action, defendants, and other particulars shall be stated once the action is formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry.
That will conclude the open session portion of our meeting. Thank you for joining us.